Are you live?
I am live.
Oh boy.
Hello. Can people hear
Welcome to
us?
stream
Can people hear me and Sam? Me and
Sam.
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 Um, we're talking live. Miles wants to join us, but I'm gonna leave it up to Sam.
Oh yeah, sure. Why?
I want to create public drama. I was hoping you'd say no, so people could go on Twitter and go, "Oh shit! Oh shit!" Hey, hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Let me know if you guys should be able to hear us all okay. Hopefully you
I
can.
could just say you made the right choice, Sam.
Yeah. I wasn't gonna let him drive a wedge between us.
I was gonna go, well, guys, I really wanted to talk to Miles, but apparently Sam has an issue, so.
We watched half of the Super Bowl yesterday, Dan.
I didn't. I got drunk with Devin Platts, and me and Dave and Devin went and saw Django, and I didn't watch the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'd never watched a game of football before.
Yeah.
It was kind of an impulse thing.
Real football.
Yeah.
Just kidding.
I had to. We decided we were going to go watch it, and then we had to try and learn the rules in the 3 hours coming up to it.
I've never, full disclosure, I've never been into football. I've never really understood it. I never really enjoyed it, but yeah, I've watched a few games in my time.
It was kind of fun to see from an outsider's perspective because the whole culture is just so batshit insane. If you're not,
it's amazing to me how much
all of it's so finely tuned that watching it from an outside perspective, you're like, what the fuck?
The thing that's weird to me about football is it feels like they spend more of the time not playing the game because every single time they do something, they stop. The ref comes out.
Cool.
Everybody
kind of explosively.
Yeah, they spend so much time not even playing the game that that's why I never really got into it. Is because they'll all set up, they'll throw the ball, then they'll stop 2 seconds later. The ref will come out, then they'll do it again.
But I don't think you can ever really get into sports if you weren't raised watching it by a parent. So you have that kind of weird emotional thing.
Right.
Because if you don't have that, it's near impossible, I think, to actually start caring about a team later in life.
Let's see. When is the next track and field? I don't know. Me and Dave want to keep that open. That was a beautiful thing. I don't want to give a date. I'd rather just have it happen naturally and beautifully.
What was that?
Track and field. Do you remember track and field? It's when I did illustrations just with my trackpad.
Oh, right.
Was stuck at my parents' house.
I was back in England and sort of out of the loop when that happened, I think.
Yeah, I was stuck at my parents' house for the holidays and I didn't have a tablet, so desperate times.
Beautiful.
Man, Django was so fucking good.
Yeah.
Ah, my God. I gotta go see it again 3 times.
It was so... I don't know. Yeah.
He's so good at movies. He makes the best decisions. I just love that he will put songs in that nobody else would think of.
Yeah.
And he's totally fine with just making it his own weird
so
thing.
Obvious that their movies made by mostly one guy's vision rather than getting filtered down by a committee or anything.
I know, it's
stuff that if you'd raised it in a room full of people, you would never get enough people to agree to see it happen. So it just takes that kind of tyrannical,
right,
do it my way type thing.
I don't want to spoil any of the moments in the movie for anyone who hasn't seen it because there's some legitimately beautiful combinations of music and shot. So
yeah, we should probably just...
Yeah, I'm gonna stop because really, guys, if you haven't seen it, you should go see it. It's probably the best thing he's done since Kill Bill.
My brother now went and he was going on about that, and he was going on about some other film, I forget, but he went to see Zero Dark 30 yesterday and said it was the best of all the 3 he'd seen.
Yeah.
Oh,
So I keep thinking I gotta go watch that now. See,
I mean, like,
is that?
this isn't a spoiler because it's in the trailer, but like, me and
I mean,
Dave were laughing. We were laughing so hard we thought we were gonna puke during the KKK scene.
Yeah, that was amazing.
We were laughing so hard we thought we were gonna puke. Like I was doubled over and I was crying. It was like the funniest thing.
Yeah, it was so good.
it's really, yeah.
I'm like, he somehow manages to make horrific things seem watchable. I don't
Yeah, I
know.
know. It's crazy.
He just like draws like one of the funniest parts of the movie is just how he makes all the racism in it. It's just so ridiculous. It's impossible. Not. It's like you think I can't believe this was really what happened. It's like rather than I don't know. I just really enjoyed it. For
Yeah,
that
he
reason
didn't.
as well.
He didn't shy away from anything. He was like, "Yep, we're gonna totally be 100% honest about this."
And sometimes even just made it light-hearted. Like there were times in the cinema where everyone would just like laugh at something
Well, like,
so overly racist.
dude,
that it was just stupid.
That character that Samuel L. Jackson played,
Yeah.
I can't believe he agreed to do that. That had to be the worst character in movie history. That was like unbelievable that he even agreed to do that.
You mean,
Oh, it was so good. So
you mean
good.
worst as in what?
Worst as in like, it's like I don't want to spoil it for the people that haven't seen it, but like what black actor would agree to play that character?
Oh right.
It's
I
like
meant just the character was bad.
no, he was a great character, but it's like
Okay.
finding any actor to agree to play that role is like crazy.
We got Samuel L. Jackson.
I know, and he was so good in it. He was particularly good at playing a rheumatic old man. I didn't think he'd be good at that. He got all the little shakes down and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really good.
So how is everything done?
Well, basically, I bought myself 2 weeks, and I was going to take 2 weeks off with the money I saved up, but then one of my clients asked me to do something I actually want to do this morning, so
Oh, no.
I was like, shit, I got to do this job because I really want to do it. But I was going to finish these because they're so close to done, but now I got to like do a job. But they're pretty
I'm in that
close.
kind of weird thing where I don't know if you've ever tried to do a painting in too many small parts, but
Yep.
you just can't finish it.
Oh, yeah.
So you like get to the point where you realize you're just not looking at them properly anymore. You know, I'm finding it really hard to figure out what needs to be done and what doesn't.
Yeah, I know.
Just move shit around, so I'm just trying to.
I'm just like trying to balance these. That's like the hardest thing I have to do now. Is like I did the King Louis one, and I painted like fucking everything. Like I'll just look at this. Like I'll zoom like every coin in the pile, like every piece of fur, every carving. So now I look at the other ones and I'm like, well, these aren't done enough now. Now they all have to be that detailed. So it's like, but I don't know. I mean, these should be done in the next week or two.
I mean, what sort of what are you finishing on them? Because they're at a point where compositionally and in terms of drawing, it looks like they're done. You know.
Yeah, I know. I could call them done right now and nobody would notice but me.
Yeah, you might get to the point where you could put in 10 more hours and
Yeah.
it
Like
won't make a difference anymore. So
Blue.
seriously, maybe that's time to stop unless you're like determined that there's something.
Blue's looking a little spare. I feel like he needs a little more work, but I could probably call them done this week if I wanted to.
You should just set a time thing where you're just like, right, they're done at the end of the week. I'll just work away.
Yeah, it's true.
They look great.
Well, thanks, bud.
Oh, you're welcome, Dan.
They're gonna get me no work, and I'm gonna go, oh man. I'm gonna release them, and they're gonna go, there's no really cool Korean influenced armor on these. We can't hire you. And I'm gonna go, damn it.
Just put like Baloo with some Mongol riding armor.
That's a good idea. I'll just give Mowgli a laser visor over one eye.
I thought if I took Jungle Book and applied it to historical battles, I would have something.
It's a
really-
space. It's a space jungle. I was thinking about space, and my friend Dave said it's a jungle out there, and I went, "What if we took this story and updated it into the year 2026?
Made it relevant again.
What if we did
Should have
it?"
made it so Mowgli was like coming of age.
That's a good one.
And he's a
That's
badass.
facing minus.
He gets adopted by the.
He kills people.
He gets adopted by the.
On a asteroid mine, and
No, he gets adopted. He gets adopted by the wolves, but you put periods between all the letters and wolves, and it's like world ordinance legislate. It's like a peacekeeping force for planets.
Yeah, or maybe like he somehow he's he's a slave
Terraforming.
raised in an asteroid mine, and he crashes onto a kind of jungle planet.
That's a good one.
So it's exactly the same, but there's just a weird sci-fi backstory.
Isn't Will
Plays out
Smith's
identical?
isn't Will Smith and his son making a movie about that right now?
Yeah, something like that. I didn't even think about that, but you're right. It's already happening.
In the theaters soon.
It's amazing how you can try and come up with the most unoriginal idea and then realize that it's probably in production right now.
Yeah. It's crazy that
For a lot of trailers that were shown, looks like it's going to be kind of a cool movie.
There's that Western with Johnny Depp in it that's coming out.
they're making a movie out of the Lone Ranger.
Yeah, it sort of basically looks like they went, you were good as a pirate, we're done with that.
Well, wait a minute. Did you look at his design as Tonto next to Jack Sparrow? It's the same design.
Yeah, but it's in a desert now, so it's different.
No, but like really, you should go look at them next to each other. It's got the same dreadlocks, the same head wraps, the same eyeshadow, and then the bird that he's wearing is in the same shape as a tricorner hat.
I mean, like, he'll probably act the same. but
No,
it
it's
might
like
be
it's
entertaining.
crazy. It's crazy how identical those designs are. It's
Yeah.
so ridiculous. Like not a coincidence. Like they sat down and they were like, okay, make Captain Jack King of the Indians.
I mean, it's weird. It's so. I don't want to jump on the bandwagon of calling everything derivative, but
I mean, they did it to themselves when they were like, from the directors of Pirates of the Caribbean. It's Johnny Depp as another zany character with a head wrap.
yeah. The boy doesn't know how to do them.
At least Johnny Depp can make fun of himself.
Yeah, he seems like a. I'm doing that thing Sam always says is stupid, where I say he seems like a nice guy, and it's like, yeah, you don't actually know actors.
Yeah,
from-
he always like gets sucked in and goes like, I just reckon he's a nice guy to hang out with.
I just like that.
Mark Wahlberg recently.
I like on that.
I really like Mark Wahlberg.
I just like that on that thing he did with Ricky Gervais. He was like, who's the lady starring with you, whatever that was, and he was like Helena Bonham Carter. And then in the trailer for The Lone Ranger, the leading lady is Helena Bonham Carter, and I was like, oh my god. Like, this movie came out after that skit, and they're still doing it. Like, wow.
Yeah, he just doesn't care.
It's probably kind of like fun for him to do. I mean, we kind of see it from the perspective of an audience who's like entitled to original content, but for them, it's the perspective of an actor who's got to get work, and the studio just keeps trying to cast him as the same thing. So I mean,
Yeah.
in the end, you probably just go, well, I'll just try and do it as well as I can.
I mean, I'll see it. Maybe it'll be a good movie. I don't know. I'll see everything. I saw all the pirate movies.
I don't think I saw him beyond the second one, but not like intentionally. It's just never happened.
I was like, well, let's go watch this. And I was like, well.
Are they good? I didn't know.
Okay, so
That was the first one.
I mean, I watched the first one, but
First
I didn't
movie's
know it was
like,
a good series.
the CG is pretty dated now in the first movie, so when they all turn into zombies, it's like, it looks really stupid now. But, it's alright. The second movie was my favorite because it had all the crab people and stuff. But, third movie's pretty bad, but all the Chinese pirates look really cool. They, introduced these, Asian-inspired designs, and all the costumes are really great. But the movie itself is pretty boring. And then the fourth one's like a joke.
Oh.
It's like you could be playing ragtime over the whole.
Concept art, the movie the other day.
Oh, which one was that?
The new Total Recall. Is just,
Oh, yeah, concept art the
it's
movie.
what we called like
Yeah.
generic concept art the movie. It was fun to watch, but it was like hilarious how it was like watching a movie taken from like a collection of random sketchbooks on concept art, the organic crime when everyone was doing inspired space stuff.
They were like, look at my futuristic city environment.
But it was also really well done at points as well. Like, I mean, me and my brother used to have this big argument where there'd be a remake and it'd just go on about how unnecessary it was. And I just don't really think. It gets a bit weird when you start trying to argue whether a movie is necessary. You know, I don't think that's a good reason to dismiss something. So I thought, all right, I'll watch it, see what it's like. And there was it was kind of fun if you're a fan of the original one because they put in lots of little.
I mean, like, people told me that Judge Dredd was good, and I still can't.
Yeah, I keep hearing that.
Apparently, Judge Dredd was good, and I was like, that's gonna be the worst. Like,
I think that looks awful. I think maybe that was something that a trailer did a lot of disservice to because my roommate saw it.
Oh, it had that really old song.
Yeah. Man, I don't know. I'm just so fucking happy that J.J. Abrams is doing Star Wars. That's all I care about. I'm just so happy that he's doing it. Yeah. So happy, guys.
Yeah. He has quite like a safe track record, though. I mean, I don't know. You know, he's not gonna do anything crazy.
No, he's gonna make it good.
He's just gonna do it.
Like, Super 8 felt like I was watching The Goonies. Like, it felt like one of those 80s movies.
Yeah.
Like, it really, really, really felt like it. I was like, oh, okay, this guy really understands the nostalgia thing.
Well, let's hope he actually gets a say in.
I know, right?
I mean, who's even in Star Wars?
I don't know. I don't know anything about it.
No one knows.
I just like him as a director, so I'm like.
I love it when a universe gets so big and when it gets to a point where there's been so many spin-offs and so much fan fiction that you have to start arguing about what's canon and what isn't. You realize how crazy that is. That you can read someone could write like a story that's like the most amazing, like moving and incredible sequel to the original trilogy, but because it's not written by the right person and not officially canon, you won't enjoy it.
Right.
Because at the same time,
it's not real.
Yeah, it's pretty arbitrary that one guy has to like. It's so weird with the universe. Like, if a bunch of people shot, like in theory, I know there's no budget for a bunch of people to just do that right now, but if a bunch of like amateurs shot a sequel and it was like the most amazing possible sequel, people still wouldn't be able to enjoy it, I don't think, full on, because they'd know it's not officially canon.
Because it's not on the Wikipedia page.
Yeah, it's not the real fake story.
I mean, there's people who enjoy movies, and then there's people who want to be immersed in that universe. Like, I don't know. I don't care about the canon stuff, really. It's like, I've never had that discussion with anyone. Like, but there's people who, like...
I've ever liked anything enough to be in an argument about whether something's canon.
Like, you know, like, if I read a book and I really enjoy it, and then I see a movie and they totally change the story of the book, I'm like, well, you know, that kind of bothers me. But, like, I'm never going to do a thing where I'm like, you know, Captain Kirk should be 58 according to the timeline. It's like, you know, that's never going to happen.
Movie invalid. No, yeah. I mean, I find it funny when you... A big example is after I finished the Song of Ice and Fire books, or the ones that are out so far, I spent a long time reading a lot of like fan theories of what would happen next. And some were so like legitimately awesome. Like, people came up with really good solutions to how to wrap books up.
Yeah.
But you couldn't actually get excited about them in the same way you would reading a book, just because you know it's not.
Well, he doesn't read forums anymore, thank God. For that exact reason.
There's just probably people having ideas that he might occasionally think are more interesting than the ones he's gone for.
Yeah.
That's really disruptive to have so many people trying to crowdsource your thing, you know.
I mean, to be fair, I think he's made it pretty clear on a few of the... I'm not going to spoil anything. I'm at the end of the 4th book.
Mm-hmm.
and they're really good. If you guys haven't read the Game of Thrones Song of Ice
Yeah.
and Fire books, guys, I didn't read them for a long time because I was like, man, they can't be that good. They're phenomenal.
Fucking great, yeah. It's one of those things worthy of the hype it got.
They're not even fantasy books, really. They're just character stories, and the characters
like
are
reading a
so
fate.
good.
Yeah.
It drives me insane how good the characters are.
Said it all.
But yeah, I'm at the end of the fourth book, and they're very good.
I love the fifth one.
I love how long it was of just being like, you really got to read these, Dan, and you're just like, yeah, probably won't.
I probably won't read them. And then I
no,
did.
They
and I
just
was like,
ruined your
oh.
life.
I was like, oh no.
It's like if you've got to have your life ruined by something,
Oh yeah.
might as well be them.
Yeah, they're really, really good. Can't recommend them highly enough. But what's new with you guys? Any good things? Any fun things?
Not really.
Not really.
No,
That's fine.
good.
No news
It's
is good
like
news.
it's looking like a good year.
I drove Devin to the train this morning.
Yeah, how's Devin there?
He's doing good. He's going to New York City right now to renew his visa so he can go back to Shanghai.
Oh, what? I thought you didn't like it though.
He didn't, but
Oh.
he's going back because they offered him more money, and he's not going to stay forever, but
Thought he was doing the Atelier thing.
he did. But San Francisco is such an insanely expensive city to live in without a job that he basically spent his money, and he did his time as long as he could. But that city, if you don't have a job with like an active income, that city is really too expensive to stay in.
Yeah.
Like it's insane. It's more expensive than Boston, and I think Boston's like the fourth most expensive city in the country to live in. I think San Francisco might be the highest. I think it's higher than New York.
I'd
But
love to know what it's like next to here.
I mean, it's pretty bad. I've been in San Francisco. Like I've only visited, but I know the rent is ridiculously high.
Yeah, I mean, this just Scandinavian countries though in general, if you don't earn your income from working here, are pretty disgusting.
Yeah, like people who live here can afford to live here, just working a normal job, but otherwise you're just like, it's just gross.
Yeah, I'd say just try making like, say you pay $8 for a beer, just working at an
Well,
average place.
I don't know who Burrito Eclair is in the chat, but Boston is pretty bad as far as the rents go. Like, okay, if I wanted to live in a decent sized apartment in Boston, when I say decent, I mean like 2 rooms and a bathroom, like a bedroom, a room, and a bathroom. It's like 2,000. Like that's like the low end. It's crazy expensive. It's like 2,000 for one person to live in an apartment.
It's
Like
strange.
if you get like a big apartment, like if you get like the 3rd floor of a house and you share it with 5 roommates, you might pay like $400 a month to live there. But then you have 5 roommates and you have one small room in a shared flat. It's like to really live there with any kind of quality of life, you're gonna pay a minimum of about $2,000. But yeah,
That's bad.
Yeah.
I mean, I lived there for years. I lived there for a long time.
If you can pull it off or make it happen, I think some places are just so nice, it's like worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's so expensive here, but I love living here.
It's expensive here, but you can there are ways of making your lifestyle not that expensive.
Right.
Like if you learn to do shit like buy a load of food on Sunday, cook your meals for a week, you can go like 4 or 5 days without spending any money at a time. You can like challenge yourself.
I like how that's the Steve rule, living on your own rule.
Is that his thing? Just cook enough meals for
Make a lot of sandwiches on Sundays so you don't have to for throughout the rest of the week. That's rule number 2. And then rule number 3 is you can make your own puzzles.
Oh no.
Cut up photos you take and put them back together.
How does he know about that?
Rule number 1 is go to bed early because when you're asleep you're not lonely, just dreams. That's like my favorite.
These are just freelancer lifestyle tips.
I love Steve Brule. It's like the best creation ever. God.
I just got myself a slow cooker, so I'm just about to enter the world of the slow cooking.
Dude, you are gonna have ribs that fall off the bone.
Oh yeah.
Off the bone ribs.
Now you have to buy expensive meat.
No, I just want to make pulled pork. That's all I want.
It's the best. I love pulled pork.
It's called like what's it like flesh? It means like flesh meat.
You want a secret? You want a secret for pulled pork, buddy?
I want all the secrets. Just
all right.
I don't even really know how you make it.
Here's a secret just for Miles for pulled pork. Everybody else cover your.
Listen, everyone close your ears.
Everybody else cover your ears. Put in a little bit of pineapple juice with the meat. If you're making barbecue pulled pork, because the sweetness goes really good with barbecue sauce, and it has a lot of acid in it, so it tenderizes the meat.
Ooh.
It's really good. Adds a lot of little extra flavor.
I'm talking, I want to start getting up before school, shoving my shit in there and leaving it on for 10 hours on low. Just coming home to
there you go.
Sweet, porky pineapple goodness.
It's gonna be great, man.
Yeah.
I might even come over just for that.
Yeah. I mean, go for it.
Nah, I got a slow cooker. They're the best. You can just put it. You can just put a chicken. You can just put a chicken in with vegetables and water.
You know, the days are counting down until you can hunt and kidnap my brother when he moves to Boston.
Dude, is he really coming to Boston?
He's not moving there. He's but that's for his ticket out. That was the cheapest ticket you could find. He's going August 6th.
He better watch out.
He's flying to Boston. I'll give you like a little postcard with what he looks like.
You said August 6th? Let me write that down over here. August.
He's gonna be hanging around
6th.
Messages on Facebook, just like, can't wait.
Just sit at the airport on that day with a sign that says Cam Johnston on it by the taxi driver.
Yeah. I've been thinking about that because him being a citizen again, he was born there and lived there for I think the first year of his life, so he doesn't really remember anything about America, but he's got his citizenship.
I'll reintroduce him.
He like renewed it recently, but I think it makes it pretty easy for me to get a visa as a sibling.
Yeah, I could. Yeah, I imagine it would be pretty easy.
Yeah, my stepmom's American too, so I can just sort of claim some family ties, I think. It's not having a degree, that can make it quite hard to convince any worth having. So I'm like trying to vaguely wondering pipe dreams about studying under a painter or something. And
you can do it.
Yeah, no, I think you get the portfolio from studying at studying at the school I'm at. I'd be able to send off some paintings and shit. But it's
you could.
I want to go through with it. You know what I mean?
Its animation is asking, "Are you a foodie?" I don't know if he's asking. I don't know which one. Let's go around. I am a huge foodie. You guys?
I'm a foodie.
I don't know. Right now, food is just like necessary matter because I eat so much with like working out that I can't afford to make it all nice. So it's really just about like things that aren't horrible to eat in big amounts.
I worked in a huge restaurant for like 5 years, and I learned a lot of recipes, so I cook all the time.
I love good food. I mean, don't get me wrong.
I
still think like going to a restaurant with someone is like way better than a bar or a night out or anything like that. It's like the best way.
Go to a restaurant with a bar.
Yeah.
Boom.
You go to a place with someone.
Bingo.
Yeah. You got it.
Nailed it.
But that doesn't really make me a foodie.
I'm definitely a foodie. I've worked in
I've never heard
restaurant,
foodie.
cook all the time.
I was saying it for some reason. Foodie.
A foodie. Are you food savvy? I guess would be better. Are you comfortable talking about food stuff?
Yeah.
I didn't know this was a subject. I thought people just ate.
Is food something that piques your interest?
if I'm hungry,
It has to.
I know you'd be dead if it didn't.
does it tickle your fancy? It's the worst expression.
Well, okay, let's put it this way. How many recipe books do you guys have in your apartment?
Yeah, I got none.
I don't know any.
I got 6.
I got Game of Thrones book, and that's so full of recipes.
I got 6 recipe books, guys. I guess okay.
Pretty good. Pretty
Oh, well.
good.
It's not a coincidence that I'm the fat one. Let's put it that way. Yeah, I'm not really. Lol.
Wait, come on, dude. Don't say that about Dan.
What?
I was, sorry.
That was so offensive for some
I was
reason.
talking to you, but talking about Dan like you weren't Dan. Sorry, I said.
That third person thing got existential.
Yeah. Don't say that about Dan.
I already don't feel like I'm a human from living alone for so long, so you can't do those kind of things.
Oh no, everyone knows.
You can't be like, leave Dan alone, because then I'll go in the bathroom and be like, you should leave Dan alone. While I'm shaving, just whispering to myself, you should leave him alone. No, it was cool having Devin stay here last night. It was the first time I've had someone stay with me in a long time. It was really good hearing breath from my room. I've only got a half wall.
There's no way you can hear him breathing from your bedroom.
Yes, I could. I don't have a wall. It's like a half wall. Have you guys seen those apartments that don't have a full wall between the living room and the bedroom?
That's kind of cool.
It's like a half wall, so I could hear him breathing.
I should already know this, really.
Yeah, I just realised that you kind of know the layout of your flat from some of your little times when you'd show your turtle, or just kind of.
There you go.
I was thinking about your turtle the other day.
Half
I'm
wall.
going to tell you why.
Hey, I got my tortoise. He's eating leaves right now. I gotta paint him later. I just got a commission to paint a turtle. I said, well, you came to the right guy.
No, I was watching some David Attenborough the other day, and there was this long section on these turtles that would fight each other by trying to flip each other over in the hot sun.
I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, from Life in Cold Blood.
Yeah.
Yeah, so good.
David Attenborough's the man.
He really is.
He is. What a life.
I know, I always think that.
It's like...
He's been doing that for like 60 years or something crazy. Just travelling, either interviewing like indigenous people or amazing landscapes or wildlife.
Oh, like, okay, so how insane is this? Okay, in the Daggers group, there's a guy named Alejandro Mirabal, if you guys know him. You might have seen his name around the forums. But, what's that?
What was the name for it?
I think it's pronounced Alejandro Mirabal. But, okay. So I talk to him now and again, and I was talking to him the other day, and we got on the topic of how did you get into art, and I was like, well, when I was a kid, I'd play in the woods a lot, and I'd make stuff up, and, I'd come home and sketch, and I was like, how did you get into art? He got into art. This is the craziest fucking thing. His dad owns a salvaging company that goes down into ancient shipwrecks and pulls the treasure out. So he was trained to be the diver that went down with a plastic pad and sketched the outlines of the shipwreck so they knew where the sub should go. That's how he got into drawing. Going down into like ancient galleys and pulling gold coins and shit out of that is like how he got into drawing. I was like, you gave that up to fucking freelance? I was like, no, that was like the coolest thing though. Like that's the craziest story. He was like, yeah, come out to Indonesia. There's like a Ming vessel here full of porcelain. We can go dive. And I was like, what are you? What are you?
Cool. Yeah, I mean, I think everything. Like I know, I think everything just becomes normal. Like there are definitely people right now who would look at this job and like think it's what they want to do more than anything. Whereas we'll have days where it's really frustrating. But I think, in the end, I like so much about doing this. So maybe you just preferred it somehow.
No, yeah, I mean, I
Wrong with
was being hyperbolic.
it. Yeah.
But no, yeah, like, that's just the coolest thing. Like, oh, how did you get into art? Well, I was a treasure hunter. And sometimes I would sketch the treasure. And I found I had an aptitude for drawing it. It's like, what?
That's crazy. 'Cause I guess most of us are fantasizing about things like that and drawing them,
I know. That's so nuts. That's like, I often wonder if I would like, I'd love to be one of those artists that works for National Geographic and goes to like the tombs and draws stuff. Like that must be the coolest job to be like, we're gonna go inside the Great Pyramid. Yeah, they hire people to do that.
Yeah.
To be the artist that works with like archaeologists to sketch stuff before they bring the cameras in.
Why isn't that my job?
Yeah, I know, right?
What is that?
You need to be. I think you need to be an artist first, and then you need to do something with like archaeology or anthropology. I think you need to like mix the two.
So I gotta get a degree. Is what you're saying.
My hunt for treasure might be necessary.
Do you want to be Indiana Jones?
Yeah, I do want to be Indiana Jones. That's all I ever wanted to be when I was a kid. Indiana Jones was the fucking coolest.
Yeah.
I was like, somewhere there is a cave with an old knight in it who's been there for 2,000 years waiting for me. It's out there.
I just have to find him.
He needs me. He needs me. Indy.
Running around old temples.
Every girl in every movie. Indy.
Oh yeah.
It's the best. So, rendering some leaves over here.
Oh, snap.
Painting some leaves. So I can release these and then not make any money off them.
You put them online right now, everyone will go, it's nice, but those leaves in the upper left corner just weren't rendered enough.
The leaves are pretty inconsistent, man. ...
I really like the whole new aesthetic you've lent to the Jungle Book theme and all that, but those leaves are just killing it for me.
Those leaves are a deal breaker.
Just can't get my eye away from them.
So just put them online now if you just want to be done.
No.
Don't do that to him, man.
I'm scared. I'm that kid in ninth grade who's supposed to go to homecoming dance, but he can't stop combing his hair. No, it's not done yet. You've done everything you can, man. You look fine. No. I don't need the corsage. I need my hair to look good.
And every time you're on live stream, I just end up staring at the third Dan on the banner. The one who looks like he's got a baseball cap on.
Oh, yeah, right.
Some kind of clipping thing.
Yep.
It's the funniest thing I've ever seen. Not exaggerating at all.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy it.
I get a lot from it.
I'm glad it's helped you. I think that's
helped me.
Glad it's helped you through whatever you're going through. Sounds serious. Sounds like a big deal. Let me open up the snake. The snake. He needs the most work. I should probably work on him.
Don't talk about them like they're real things, Dan. They're not alive. Okay.
They're my friends. These are my friends.
Some more work. Okay.
These are my friends, Sam.
They just want me to finish them.
They need attention.
It's alright to talk about.
Look at all those leaves I gotta render on the snake one. Ooh.
They need Dan.
Ooh.
Yeah, otherwise they can't become real.
Yeah,
Well, look
they
at
need
the
Dan
look at the
completely.
scales, man. Look, I gotta
They're
paint
using
them.
you, Dan. They just want to enter the material world.
Look at all these scales I painted.
Yeah, these paintings were existing out in the ethereal imagination void, and they needed Dan.
They
Needed
did.
Dan to form themselves.
I was the anchor.
You've been hijacked. You're the vessel.
Just use a scale brush. Sorry, John. I'm not lazy like some people.
Oh.
I think I'll paint my scales manually. Thank you. I'm not a 2012 Ferrari, John. I'm a standard 1967 Chevy Nova. Okay.
Sometimes the old ways are the best.
Oh, there we go. That's what.
I thought that's what you were talking about.
That was the one. That's what he said in the movie.
Which movie?
Sky Boys.
Oh yeah,
James Bond Origins.
Sky Boys.
Oh.
The Legend
Now
of
to
Jamie
be
Bond.
known as Sky Boys from this day onwards.
Sky Boys.
James Bond, Sky Boys.
Man, I'm just like painting some shit.
They should make a new James Bond where he decides to become a superhero.
Yeah.
Like he basically becomes Batman, and the whole film is about like his shift and dealing with it and the change.
Yeah.
And he goes back to his haunted mansion in the middle of nowhere.
That's a good point.
Takes girls back there to administer the antidote for the scarecrow poison.
I forgot he already had a haunted mansion. He could do a lot of stuff with that.
Yeah.
That's a good
now
point.
you've done it, yeah. Whoops.
Oh, whoops.
You really fucked that one up.
Whoops.
Whoops.
Spoiler alert.
Oh, wait.
James Bond has a haunted mansion.
Yeah.
Bond
Manor.
Spoiler alert, James Bond lives down the street from Max Swinton. Is Max Swinton in here?
Huh.
He's probably not in here.
Weird.
Can we talk about those photos he put up of him in short denim jeans?
No one's gonna talk about that.
Come on. That's what deserves our attention.
We all look at them, but we don't talk about them, alright?
I mean, they were amazing, but I know he put them on publicly, but I still feel like I shouldn't talk about them. I feel like I found them and I wasn't meant to see them, despite the fact that he just uploaded them.
They were so good.
Forbidden secret.
I think they were so good. I just loved that he would do that.
Burrito Eclair, Dave didn't do one of the self-portraits with Dick brush. He did the self-portrait with a Dick brush. He created the market for Dick brush self-portraits.
Have more people done that?
I don't know. I hope so.
Wait, what are you talking
Was the
about?
perfect way of making
I'm just, I'm not trying to be petty. The Dick brush was my idea. Dave went through with it.
A discussion about how to put an end to the what brushes do you use question. So Dave made a self-portrait using the one brush that was a stamp of a penis.
And it came out pretty good. That's the thing is that with a... Wait, you didn't see that, Sam? How did you miss that?
How recently was
Just
it?
go on Dave's Facebook and look at his photos. It should be one of the most recent ones.
Within a month, I'd say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I missed that.
We were just talking, like, I bet you could just make a brush out of a dick and it would look pretty good. And then it did.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Right?
Yeah, that's a lot of dicks.
Right? I like how if he didn't make the huge dick on the forehead, you wouldn't even know that his face was rendered with dicks.
I don't know, the dicks across his chest.
Well,
Pretty.
those are, I'm talking about the face. The ones on the chest
yeah.
are
Oh,
pretty
yeah,
stand
sure.
out.
I know the coats around his face as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ones with the white outlines on his chest. Are so
Oh, they're horrible. They're
It's
horrible.
like that. It looks like they're viewed through one of those electron microscopes, like you looked at the surface of like your carpet, and it's just dicks.
Yep. It's like
Start screaming uncontrollably.
it's just a microscopic photo. It's a microscopic photo of a dust mite.
Yeah.
That's like what. That's all it reminds me of. Is like
Just a ball of dicks.
this is plankton.
It's really interesting how he probably started as a joke, but it looks like he kind of got into it because like the way he used them to like soften the edge on one side of the face and stuff is like
Let's critique the dick portrait.
it's nice how he used because it's a strange shape with strong outlines, so I guess like spinning it in circles probably like softens up.
Dicks are a strange shape. Let's talk about that.
Yeah.
Are they shaped like a plunger to
Yeah.
clean out other dudes?
Have you heard that theory, Dan?
What's that?
Have you heard that theory about why the penis is the shape it is?
No.
It's to plunge out semen of other men who've been with that woman as well.
Welcome to Daniel's Danger Room. It's been a while. We're back. As of Miles saying that sentence, we are back. Riding high. It's like nothing ever happened.
No, I mean, I heard it from a bunch of places, and then I heard it in an audiobook I've been listening to. It's pretty good. Called Sex at Dawn, which is about like the history of human sexuality and basically like an argument against monogamy. It made a lot of people mad, but it sounded kind of interesting, so I started listening to it. And
how come I'm having no trouble picturing you sprawled out on some therapy couch reading that book? I'm having no problem.
So
You're wearing like a burgundy turtleneck and you're reading that book by like candlelight. Like I have no problem seeing that in my head.
I like make sure to invite people over and have them accidentally catch me reading it. Like, oh, didn't know you.
Yeah, you invite ladies over. Oh, I didn't hear you come in. You put down.
Just shit about ethical polygamy.
Didn't see you there.
I practice a lot of new age ideas.
That should be the intro to your video, dude. You should do a masterpiece theater thing and have that be the intro to your video tutorials now, where you're laying on a couch reading a book and the camera pans over, you look up. Oh, hello. I'm Miles Johnston, and today.
Another one with Frank, which would be fun, but we can't tell it. That would ruin it.
Yeah, don't spoil it.
Sam, you were saying how you could start picking up chicks at churches by growing a ponytail, wearing a turtleneck, and just going around saying, "I'm so blessed" to everyone you meet.
You could, man.
I figure that's like maybe the right way to do things.
When you see Sam's face when he says it.
Or you could just come to America and have a British accent, and they would line up. So my couch is open, buddy. Feel free.
What an offer.
There you go. You can bring home all the girls you want, and I will scare them off.
What, should we go to bed?
I'll be that creepy friend.
Well, we're going to have to stay on the couch. I'm sorry.
I'll be that creepy friend who comes in too often when you're trying to sex her up. Oh! I didn't know you guys were still in here. I'll be the roommate that clearly has a crush on you. Miles is typing secrets.
Yo, finish it unless I get your word. No, I'll have to later.
Let's see. I'm looking. I'm waiting for the text. Send me the text. This is dead air. Oh, nice. I like when you say, please don't react verbally.
Any other reaction you feel like having, you're welcome to.
Please don't react verbally. It's like, okay, I'll pantomime it. Like, what are you doing? Like,
Just head back.
we'll talk about it. We'll talk about it later. Congrats, though. That's good.
Yeah.
It's a brave move.
What are you talking about?
telling me things, telling me secrets.
I thought we were a team.
Oh, you know, Sam.
I don't. Yeah.
Miles has been experimenting with Thai lady boys.
Oh.
It turns out he loves them.
Oh.
They're not quite men. They're not quite ladies. They're not quite adults. He's having a great time. Whole lot of confusion. Miles, are you going to croaky? What's croaky?
So, it's what they call just like an open croquis is like.
Oh, it's
I don't know
it's
where it comes
croquis.
from. It's probably some pretentious European word for it, but it's just when when there's like public life drawing at school.
Croquis.
Yeah. I've never really questioned it. It was one of those things where I came there and everyone said it, and then you just kind of go, alright, I guess that's what it's called.
It's croaky.
Maybe it's time we address this.
Yeah.
It's fucked
Is it a
up.
Swedish word? Is it a Swedish word, or is it? It doesn't sound Swedish, but maybe it is. No, maybe it does sound Swedish. I don't fucking know.
It's croaky.
Croquet.
It's the ancient Swedish word meaning to croak.
Croquet.
Yeah, it's croquet.
Yeah, maybe. Everyone says croquis here, so.
It's
maybe
croquet. It's the British sport you play.
It really doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. My voice went weird.
I want to know.
If you want to know how it's pronounced. Damn, that tiger looks great. I was just looking at it.
Oh, let's pull him up.
Yeah. Did you ref it? Did you...
Not really. I mean, I have ref that I used for like the textures and stuff and some of the jaw, but most of it's made up.
It looks really solid.
What a nice guy.
Come on, Dan, be serious. You can't do that without reference.
What a nice guy.
What a max to that tiger.
The only thing I really had ref for was like how the jaw worked, because I wasn't really sure. I thought their mouths were like wider than like a wolf, like, you know, they have like a more like a maw. But yeah, it's not really like it's not really accurate to like tiger anatomy, but what it feels right, so whatever.
Yeah, I think only a tiger would notice.
It feels right, so you know.
Actually, I'm sure a lot of people would notice, but
Now
yeah,
this little naked Indian boy, I used a lot.
Like James Jean's wolves really looks like wolves, but damn, did they look good.
They felt more wolfish than a real wolf. That was the cool thing, was that he made it better. Oh, that gallery you guys went to is in New York now. Should I go to that?
I probably. How long is it for you to go to New York?
4 hours.
I don't know.
For the James Jean thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was like 3 paintings.
Okay.
It wasn't really a gallery.
It was 2 paintings and a painted wall, and it was kind of cool because we were just in London. But if it had been the only thing we travelled for that day, it would have been disappointing. Not because it was bad work, but just because, like, when I think James Jean, I have this idea in my head of what I wanted to see, and I think it's
Not that.
Yeah.
It's not it's not the Fables
It
covers.
just wasn't enough to justify.
No, there's no like sketchbook stuff or any real drawings.
I mean, I could hang out with James Zapata, but that's, take it or leave it.
Yeah.
He's down there, but that's just kind of whatever.
That'd be kind of cool.
I could or I couldn't.
That beautiful, beautiful man.
I might go down. I don't know.
Does he live in?
He's in New Jersey, but he can get into New York. Like, it's like right next to New York.
I mean, maybe just going to New York's kind of fun. I would pair it with something else. Like I'd go see some other art or like some other reason to be in New York.
Okay, I'll go see the Book of Mormon and Jersey Boys.
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. Is the Book of Mormon the one that's written by
Trey Parker and Matt Stone?
Yeah, awesome. That's probably really good.
They're saying it's the greatest musical of all time, and it's sold out fucking everywhere. You can't see it. It's like crazy. It's so successful.
I love people like that who are just doing whatever they feel like,
I know. It looks really good. I really want to see it. Man. So, You know, just rendering leaves, talking to you guys.
It's a good way to spend a
That's-
wonderful. What day is it? Monday.
Yeah, it doesn't feel like a Monday today.
I've been doing that thing I've been trying to do for ages, where I draw in my sketchbook and then I don't scan it.
Oh,
I've been trying to do that for a long time.
Oh shit! I really want to work on that fucking pencil page.
I've been trying to draw for me
Yeah, tonight.
without being concerned about, like, I have to put this on Facebook. Like, I've been trying to do that for so long.
Yeah, I think the only way to really produce good quality pencil stuff is to it just takes so much time to render well as well. Well,
Yeah.
even if you're not into being a render whore, just like it takes time to make a drawing right.
It's pretty clear from these images that I hate rendering.
Yeah.
I have no attention for detail.
I tried something new that I'd never tried with I didn't even try it. Hey, wait a minute, that was sarcasm. No, I tried something I hadn't tried with one of the two pencil pieces I sold on eBay, the one with the girl
Yeah.
her shoulder like gnawed on by the creepy little golem like thing.
Right.
Which
Did
isn't bad.
did you end up selling those? Did those go well?
Yeah, they sold for 510 each.
That's pretty good.
Which was nice. It was really nice.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah, it was interesting. It wasn't easy either. There were a few hurdles, but actually, like eBay's pretty cooperative if you're looking to sell originals.
Yeah.
Basically, when you sign up, and there's a few little obstacles, and I'd recommend doing a few things that I didn't do. I wanted to put them on in the day, but the thing is, you get a selling limit for your first month. And if people bid higher than your selling limit, like the amount of money you're allowed to make in the first month, your listings will automatically get cancelled. And the only way to avoid that is to confirm your address by asking them to send you a letter with a code in it, and then you type that into your account, and they like times it by 10.
Oh wow.
So I was really stupid, and I listed the two items before I increased the limit, and it got to within $10 of my first month's selling limit when the letter finally arrived at my mum's house. And at any time, if anyone else had bid, they would have both been cancelled, and it would have been so disappointing. So, like, I spent 2 days, like, really stressed, going, like, I hope nobody bids on them, which was a really strange, like,
Right.
situation. And then I confirmed it. And then shipping, it's just so expensive to ship a drawing safely. Like, both of them, it cost about a sixth of the total sale to actually package and send them safely.
That's crazy.
With a tracking number, so it would cost about nearly $200 to send both of them just to the UK from Sweden.
Well, I mean, at least you know now.
Yeah, so I mean, if anyone else is interested in trying to do it, it is quite a fun way, and it's like when I was just thinking I wanted to do something on a minor scale, like what you see like people like Anthony Jones and.
Well, it's like 2 sketchbook pages for roughly $1,000. I mean, that's probably the same amount of work you'd spend on a commission for the similar amount of money.
Oh
it's
yeah,
like
no, I mean, I didn't at all. When I was making them, it wasn't with the intention of making something to sell, which is what was so fun about it. It was
Yeah.
like nuts.
That's the thing is like in this new kind of time we're getting into now, where you can just be creative without a filter and people appreciate it. You can alternate sources of income now, selling originals, doing a book, Kickstarter, like. There's all kinds of cool options now you can take advantage of.
It's very different because selling through a gallery.
They take a. Did they take a cut?
Take 50% basically, and all the total handling fees and PayPal charges might have come to like 15 or 20%.
Right.
So comparatively, selling, and it's nice as well because if you like really are into someone's work and you want to buy something like prints or originals, it's really nice to know that you can. If you buy straight from them, you actually are supporting the artist. You're not just supporting a bunch of arbitrary jobs, which just aren't really needed anymore with the internet.
Right.
So it's kind of cool. Something I like to. But you also don't want to it's a weird feeling because now I don't want to start making pencil pages because I feel like I want to sell them or anything like that. Like it's trying not to let. It's interesting finding ways to make profit, but it's hard not to let that sort of taint, your intentions for actually doing stuff. Not that you should feel guilty about wanting to make money off your art, but
right.
it does feel stupid if it's like you said, you know, you don't want to be making drawings so you can stick them on Facebook. It's the same kind of thing.
It's a good change.
Yeah, it's nice.
It's nice that people can do what they want. And yeah, I agree with people in the chat. Your Dune stuff is looking good, Sam.
Yeah.
Well, thanks.
And
I was just plugging. Me and Billy put a Tumblr together where we're just gonna, because he's been doing a lot of Dune stuff as well, so we're just putting them in the same place.
That's nice.
So check it out and follow it, because not many people are following it. And I would like for it to blow up.
You gotta get on those community sites.
Yeah, I might Reddit it at some point.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. Put it in the books subreddit, maybe. Books
yeah, the Dune subreddit's tiny. So.
There's like a huge circle jerk over a Dune in the books section, I think. So that would probably go down really well. And I've seen lots of book-themed artwork.
Yeah, that one of, what's her name, Jessica?
Yeah.
Is that her name? I never read the books. The one of the girl you did was particularly good.
Cheers.
Yeah, that was very good.
I found it funny that got like way more attention. Like I was also posting the D&D portraits I did like a while ago that took way more time, and that got way more attention.
It's because you did a really cool lighting trick with that one. That was really cool to see.
But it goes to show though that like nobody cares about rendering.
No, it's like when Hannes.
It's
like when Hannes did that card of the two silhouettes in front of like a solar flare. Like, it's like, you know, there's no work in that, but it's it looks really cool.
Form of being listed as one of the top 20 Magic cards of all time.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, sure, there's no rendering, and he probably didn't spend that long on it, but it's just an effective image, you know? It's like...
Yeah, the image is wild.
Yeah, I think it's difficult for a lot of people to understand. There are like two kinds of people. There's people who are crazy for rendering, and there are people who just don't give a shit at all. And so you don't want to be catering somewhere between the two. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, rendering, no matter what, because of what it is, it's there to serve the image. Rendering's only there to make the image look better. You know, you get better at rendering so you can make the image look better. If there's a better solution for the image that doesn't go down the avenue of rendering everything like crazy, that's still a valid response because you're serving the image. That's the only purpose of rendering. Rendering in and of itself as a pursuit is pretty meaningless. You know what I mean? It's like, it's there to help your image get better. And if you can do that without going in and doing every little detail, then do it, you know?
So if the original purpose of your image is probably a story, a design, or an atmosphere, and if your rendering isn't increasing one of those three things, like if it's not helping a mood, so like lighting and realistic lighting is important because it's a really good way to nail a specific mood.
Right.
Maybe you want to render something so that everything reads clearly and your design makes sense if you're into concept art, or maybe you're just really into the aesthetics of how you render it, which might, like if you're into making something look as aesthetic as possible, it probably isn't going to be like the most realistic solution, might not be like the most aesthetically pleasing. Of course, that's completely subjective, but I think it's easy to think of examples of painters like, well, take someone like Rangier. Everyone loves the way he renders stuff. It's not even slightly realistic, really.
Right.
Crazy colors everywhere, and you know, or when someone really plays around with their edges in a really interesting way. You know, that's serving a mood and an aesthetic.
Yeah, it's like everything serves the image. That's the thing, is like people get really obsessed with one little facet. But I mean, it all comes down to the image. Let's see, in the chat, hold on, I'm trying to catch up here. Dan, what's going on with the audiobook? It became something else. It's not happening, but it is. It became something else that's in the works. But I mean, at the same time, I tallied it up the other day. I think we have like 20 hours of Crimson Conversation audio or something total. Like, there's so much audio now. Let's see. Dan, you said you hate details when using more painterly style. I was being sarcastic. I am obsessed with detail. Too much. It's like a crutch, almost, definitely. Let's see. Did I miss anything else? One of the Crimson Conversations coming back. We are doing one with Anthony Jones. We were gonna do it before his Kickstarter wrapped up, but he's been really busy because he got such a huge response for it.
Holy shit.
So like, he asked for like 9,000 and he got like 50,000. So like, he's been crazy busy with his live streams and his contests and stuff. But he is doing a convo with us at some point, relatively soon. Now that his Kickstarter's wrapped up, I don't have a date for it. I got to ask him. I was talking to him the other night with Dave. But yeah, that's coming. There's a few other conversations that people have agreed to do. We just got to find a date that works. But yeah, I mean, they're definitely going to happen. Anthony is the next one, though. I can tell you for sure. So that'll be a fun time.
Just short segments going.
That was supposed to be like a couple months ago, but I'm actually waiting on Dave for that one, Sam, not him.
Okay.
Which is weird, but yeah,
that is weird.
he did agree to do it. But yeah, if anyone else has any questions, feel free to put them in the chat. I'll probably see them.
Trying to think, we were given kind of a cool opportunity at school recently. We had a sort of group Skype call with Lip King. I'm just trying to think. He said some interesting things. Might be something.
Think of something meaningful to say.
Yeah, no, I don't have anything meaningful. If anything comes to me though, because it was interesting. He was talking about mostly strategies for painters approaching galleries.
Let's see here. Fudge Loaf asks, would you recommend, once realizing that rendering isn't going to help a piece, to just stop there, push it through to create a polished product? Well, 9 times out of 10, if rendering itself isn't going to fix an image, that means it has a fundamental problem, which means the light is off, the form is off, the drawing is off. If the rendering isn't making it look good, it means that it's probably broken on a fundamental level. Maybe the composition's boring, maybe your lighting is totally wrong, maybe your color palette is really bad. But rendering is the icing on the cake. If you get the mixture for the cake wrong, it doesn't matter how much icing you put on it, it's still going to be a shit cake.
Also, if you do like a really tight block-in, like all the fundamentals are just in place, rendering doesn't even take that long. Like you can just do it pretty quick and it looks fine.
Yeah,
I think
I do try and do that for work to reduce time.
Right.
I don't take my drawing far enough before I start rendering, and as a result, often when I say I'm rendering, but what I'm really doing is going around the drawing and trying to complicate and add interest
to
areas that are drawn in a really boring way. So it's not that I'm just going in and applying light and shade to a detailed line drawing. I might actually be like, you've blocked in a big mass where there's going to be a cloak, but now you've got to go in and actually solve the drawing errors for the form of the cloak itself and that kind of thing. So that's not exactly, that is necessary, otherwise you're going to have a drawing that just isn't, it doesn't read right. Sometimes maybe it's not structured enough. You can have these kind of weird things where you think you're rendering, but you're actually just improving the drawing aspects as well, if you know what I mean. I don't know if you guys end up doing that.
And there's this other weird thing where, most often the most rendered thing on a character ends up being the thing that the artist was the most uncomfortable with, because they redo it and they redo it and they add to it and they redo it.
Yeah.
It's like, if you have like a what's the word I'm looking for? If you have an itch that you can't satisfy and it just keeps bothering you, that's the part where you develop the rash, because you just keep scratching it. And scratching it and scratching it and scratching it. And then, everybody sees it and they're like, oh, wow, you can't stop scratching that.
Yeah.
But yeah, that always happens. It's like...
I've never had anyone look at a rash and go, you can't stop scratching that.
Well,
I've seen it happen.
You just can't fucking
You just
help
can't
yourself.
stop. You just can't stop.
We'll sharing rappers.
Can you give some advice on cropping things around the subject, like how much space to leave in the composition? There's no rule for that. It's different every time. It's like, if it's a portrait, there's going to be less space around the subject because it's a portrait. If it's an illustration, it depends what the character's doing. If it's a character concept, there's going to be less because there's no background, there's no narrative, there's no context. But there's no rule for how much space to
Yeah.
leave.
All of
Like,
those things Dan said were pretty good ideas, but you could probably find images that work that display all of them as well.
yeah.
Probably find a portrait with loads of space around it.
I mean,
loads
it's
of-
like I decided to do like a very standard illustration of all these characters, but like I could have drawn Mowgli on a cliff and then I would have panned way out so he was tiny to show the height of the cliff. But then it's an illustration that's saying, look how high this cliff is and he's so tiny on top of it. I also could have done him on top of a waterfall looking down where he's the biggest thing and it's about look at the perspective depth of that drop. You know, he's huge, look how tiny those rocks are at the bottom. This is a huge drop. Like how you crop it and how much space you leave around the character and how big the character is completely dependent on what the illustration is.
Yeah, and changes the mood a lot as well. Like thing, whenever you include like 3/4 sky or half sky in an image, it looks like really free and picturesque. But if you're just to close everything in and like vignette it or something, then it becomes really claustrophobic and weird.
I tend to always do, I don't know, I like detailing character design, so I usually don't zoom out too much. That's like a bad habit though. Troll Lord, we don't really know anything about 3D. I don't think any of us are really qualified to give you any real advice on it.
Yeah, definitely not.
I could say things to you about 3D, but I don't think I'm really qualified to give you any meaningful advice. Because I don't have any experience with it firsthand. But best of luck. Best of luck.
We're all rooting for you. I guess, yeah, maybe it is completely different to the skills you need in illustration. I would think it's probably, yeah, no, I have no fucking clue. I'm not gonna say anything.
Can you even be a freelance 3D artist? Do they do that, or do you have to work in house?
It's probably people who find a way of doing it.
There's probably freelance 3D people. I'm trying to think if I know anybody who does freelance 3D.
Feels like in 3D, there really is no room to hide behind a lack of technical ability, I would think, and incompetence with the program. You can kind of get away with doing shit your own way a little bit in 2D art because there's a certain amount of stylistic flair that can get you places. And, you know, in the right job for 3D, it feels like you've got to know how to do it.
Right.
I don't know. But maybe it's the same for 2D. I really don't know. Sorry.
I would imagine if you want to get better work in 3, this is just totally conjecture. This is like where I say something that sounds right. Maybe I'm totally wrong. I would imagine that to get better work as a 3D artist, you would do a similar thing you'd do as a 2D artist where, you know, just appeal to a market that you want to get into, do a fan model of something that you'd like to work on and make it look really good. Post it around on forums, get people to really like it, and then, you know, inevitably the company will see it. Maybe they'll offer you a job, maybe other people will see it and offer you jobs. At the very least, you'll get a reputation as, oh, there's the guy who did that awesome model. Like, I've seen some pretty crazy fan models of things that were just done for fun, and, like, you know, people get a lot of attention for doing that, so, yeah. I mean, I would imagine it's the same as 2D art, where if you just do a PR thing like that, it usually pays off. But yeah, that's totally conjecture. Could be completely wrong. Yeah, sculpt Walter White from Breaking Bad.
That thing looked creepy though.
Do
You
it.
see that?
I didn't. Maybe that was something you can't understand if you don't do 3D, because perhaps it's just really technically impressive.
Yeah, sure.
That
But
just
I had like uncanny valley looking at that thing.
Well, it just left me feeling like, I mean, it is. No, I guess it's a 3D model.
I don't know. I had the same thing though. As I don't know, when you see like a perfect photo study sometimes, and you're like, why?
Yeah. Yeah. Rendering for
now there's two.
rendering for rendering's sake.
People, maybe I actually don't blame the artist. I think it's just frustrating when you see how people react to it, because I can
Sure.
I can understand
it's very impressive.
You want to learn a lot, but then when people start going like, master, and like, this is a masterpiece in the comments, and you're like, no, this is a study. This isn't.
Well, it's like when everybody was painting kitchens. I was like, okay, you really rendered that stainless steel refrigerator very well, but who the fuck cares? I don't know. It's just weird. There's some things where I'm like, yeah, it's admirable that you copied the photo that exactly, but like, what?
When you see someone will copy like a detailed part of one building and then write architecture study, it's like you really haven't learned anything about architecture. You've just done a very detailed study of some arbitrary information. Like if you've just taken one building and painted a section of that photo flawlessly, you haven't learned anything about architecture. You've learned about how to copy shapes really nicely, which is also a useful and valid skill for art. I did the bark drawings at the atelier, so I'm not dissing the idea of like flawlessly copying a photo. It's just, if you want to learn about the structure of a head, you draw a shitload of heads in sketchy, constructive ways, and you learn about how it's put together. You don't just draw one head really detailed and think that counts as a full. That becomes more of an observational study than an actual study into the way something looks, I think.
Yeah, you have to break down how things work rather than.
You've got to do a bit of both, But
this is my sloth bear blue to answer the chat. Yes, this is my sloth bear blue. He's that's what he is in the book. I never knew that. I went back and I read the book before I did these, and I was like, oh, okay, those are really adorable. So it worked. Here he is, smiling at you, wanting a hug. He's like, oh,
I think that's bears. Fuck you up. I guess a lot of them aren't that aggressive. But the idea of being mauled by a bear is like one of the scariest things I can think of.
Let's see. Question. How can you transfer your study of an animal to make a humanoid animal like an old man / hippo? Well, I think at a certain point it's less about studying and applying and more about just being creative. You can study a hippo to understand how the skin looks on a hippo, the basic skull features of a hippo, how the muscles wrap on a hippo, the features of a hippo that read. It's like if you're going to do a cartoon of a hippo, there's certain shapes that you have to get right to make it read as a hippo and not like an elephant or an anteater. So, like, you can learn that from the study, and then you can study an old man and understand what makes him look like an old man. Is it the bent back? Is it how the skin sags? Is it, how the eyes are a little more deep set? Is it the gaunt features? Like, you got to study the things that identify the old man as an old man and the hippo as a hippo. And then you kind of have to put the reference away and just be creative and look for parallels between those two things and just sketch a whole bunch of old man hippos and see which one feels the best. Like, at a certain point, it's not about studying. I think people study too much and they put too much faith in reference. Like, just draw and be willing to get it wrong a few times, If you draw it wrong 20 times and end up with a really good one the 21st time, that's way better than just combining two photos you found on Google and saying, here's my original design. You know what I mean? It's like, totally draw it wrong 20 times. You'll learn way more. That's my answer to the old man hippo question.
Wow, I've just seen something crazy. Did you know that in the second tallest building in the world is now being built in Mecca, and it's like a mixture between the Burj Khalifa in Dubai and Big Ben?
In Mecca?
Yeah. and it's a hotel.
That's pretty sweet that it's a hotel.
Check this out. This is weird. That's the ugliest looking link. I'm sorry, but
That is a huge link.
no, it's because I followed it from Facebook. Let me try and find a way of just getting it.
God damn it, Miles.
I'm so sorry.
Send me clean links.
I'll just link to the picture.
You son
It's
of a...
fucking filthy.
You son of a bitch.
Yeah, that's
I'm looking at it right now. Wow. Okay.
that's so.
You weren't kidding. They literally just put Big Ben on top of the other building.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's one of those images.
Oh.
It's so strange, and it's so big. I
Yeah.
mean, second tallest in the world, so that's bigger than those like towers in KL and a bunch of other shit.
You know what I'm gonna do? You know what I'm gonna do?
I don't know what you're going to do.
Age-old tradition on my stream. I'm gonna let the Brits talk while I make coffee.
That's my favourite bit.
Age-old bit.
I knew he'd remember.
This is a regular, recurring thing.
For a second, I thought we weren't going to do it.
You get to hear all the loud sounds of me making the coffee while they talk about things. It's great. You get to hear the water, me washing out the cup.
Sam, what time are you going to come round and use that scanner? As we could go try out the Korea place we walked by the other day.
I was going to code.
So yes,
I'm
so
feeling
yes.
really. I'm so tired of eating shit.
Just say yes.
I don't want to go. It's a Monday, man. Come on.
I make it on my own. I got food cooked, I just don't want to eat it.
Washing out the
Every day
coffee
you don't
pot.
eat it, it's just another day. It's not like shit.
It's not my fault, man. Chicken's my
But
fault.
while it's chicken that stinks of shit, I just say,
It does kind of smell literally like eating feces.
too much protein. Like when I opened the fridge door, I got like a blast of it. It felt like your fridge farted in my face.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess that makes sense. I guess.
I'm sorry. I just really don't want to.
It's okay. I guess I'm okay with that. I guess.
I get yourself a pick and mix as well. Come on.
Oh.
Now I sit down and I let the coffee brew, then I get up again. It's a very popular bit.
So I think this was the best yet.
It was a pretty good one.
Hardcore fans, crazy as fuck.
I had a good time.
Oh, man. Okay. Making some coffee.
Yeah. Get your game face on.
There you go.
Get mean with this painting.
The reason the other two people besides this voice sound quieter is because the new Procaster took away my channel that let me adjust their audio individually, and I can't get it back unless I downgrade Procaster to a very old version, which maybe I will do, just so I can do that. So Procaster for Mac got rid of my ability to, so basically what you're hearing, their voices are coming out of my speakers and going back into my mic, and that's why they sound kind of weird and kind of quiet, because the option for me to listen to them individually is gone now.
Oh.
For some reason, they got rid of it.
So this is some trick so you sound more important than us.
No, it's like legit. Like it's gone.
You did this on purpose.
Like I'll open up the mixer. It's all gone. It's weird. There's only...
You just want it to be special, man.
Hey everybody.
Uh,
Yeah, I just cycled all the inputs to check, and there's nothing I can do to make them sound good. Nothing I can do except downgrade Procaster.
It's like same tone of voice that a vet would use to tell some kids their family dog's dying.
This is where I say, "Hey Miles and Sam, is Mowgli's skin green at all?"
Let it come
And then I cover my face, and I get ready to kill myself.
probably a bit yellow. You can maybe get some red.
Some
like
more red.
or something.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
probably
I'm
because of
saying.
the brightness contrast filter probably made it more yellow than it should be.
Yeah.
I hate how that changes colors. Okay, so more red.
Yeah, just get like a
Yeah,
soft
maybe.
light, some red in it.
An ochre. A rich
What-
ochre.
What
No.
ethnicity is Mowgli meant to be?
What's that?
What ethnicity is Mowgli?
He's Indian.
Yeah.
He's from
Yeah. I
India.
don't know. I mean, maybe it just feels like a bit too uniform throughout. You know what I mean? Like even if it was just like a soft brush with red on it.
Yeah, so some more blue in the shadows and some more red in the
Yeah, and you got
yeah.
like
Shift. You don't want it to seem like it's all the same hue or something.
Right. I got you.
knuckles and hands and elbows and knees.
Should probably do that on King Louis too. And make him not all monochromatic is the term that I'm trying to come up with. For jobs, do you start from a finished drawing or do you place value directly? I used to place value directly, but from now on I'm going to start from a finished drawing because I need to get better at rendering. So I'm going to start with a clean drawing from now on. But there's no right or wrong way, if that's what the answer you're looking for. Everybody does it differently.
Probably find amazing work done both ways. I
Yep.
think going from a value drawing relies on having better drawing skills ingrained because you got to know how to like fix the forms as you render it out.
Right.
Whereas if you force yourself to finish the drawing fully before you start rendering, you're less likely to encounter those kind of horrible, oh fuck, this leg is completely wrong, you know, at the last minute type situations. It's
Depends.
like a benefit for
Yeah, I mean, it just depends what you want to do and what you're good at and what you're trying to be. It's like, I don't know. There's some artists where I can't even tell. And I'm just like,
you're interested in any kind of like speed painting style workflow, you can't really start from finished drawings because
no, takes too long.
yeah.
Refining
Yeah,
a drawing
it's
down.
that book where you want to start from like building out of crazy shapes.
Yeah.
But like no matter what you do, you gotta like have the drawing skills.
It's
Yeah,
the difference
definitely
between
as well,
like.
so you could just start from a block in and then later on end up realizing there's no structure. You know what I mean?
It's like the difference between building a Lego set and sculpting something out of clay. It's just, you know, it's what you. It's down to personal preference, really. Can I explain the composition going on in these pieces? I'm not doing anything crazy. I mean, I'm doing children's book stuff. I'll explain them, but they go together as a set, so there's a unified composition when all five are back to back. But I'm doing kids' book stuff, so I'm not doing any crazy perspectives or anything. But this one, let's see. This is a triangle, obviously, it's in here. But then I've got an X going on where there's a big diagonal down here from the root up into this, and then there's another one here. Those two diagonals. So this is a triangle superimposed over an X. This one's another triangle, but it's over a circle. There's a circle going on here where all the monkeys are looking at each other and they make a circle thing going around. There's another flip triangle. This is actually a diamond. I did that halfway through where the throne going down to the snake makes one triangle and then the gold going up to the crown makes another triangle. So see how that gold is the top and then the gold at the bottom is the base. And then the snake being white at the bottom, and then the fan of the throne at the top is another triangle. So this is like a double diamond. I'm not going to go through all of them. It'd take too long. But yeah, you get it. This one's a star, which I've never worked with before, but it's a triangle, but then it's like a pentagonal kind of thing. But yeah, I don't know. I just tried to do slightly different variations of the triangle iconic thing. There you go. There you go. Brian Smart just subscribed to me on YouTube. If you're listening, Brian Smart, hello. Anyway, so here I am. Guys, talk about something exciting. I gotta go make my coffee. It just finished brewing.
Saying what was that festival you took a picture of the other day? That poster.
Oh yeah, that looks kind of good. That was
Let's go.
Yeah, but that's like exciting for us.
Yeah. But
Hey
that's all I
Sam.
really care about.
Hey Sam.
Yeah.
Do I want Bailey's in my coffee or chocolate?
Chocolate.
You
Okay.
said bay leaves or Baileys?
Bailey's, not bay leaves.
Baileys would be a bit weird.
Do I want bay leaves in my coffee?
Well, it depends what time of day is it. Is it like...
Yeah, I don't need to have a drinking problem.
It's noon.
Oh, Baileys then. It's past 11 a.m.
Bailey's?
Yeah, you passed 11.
Alright, Bailey's it is.
You made it.
We have a rare and beautiful chance to form an alcoholic in front of our eyes, slowly.
Me and Devin got drunk last night. It's not going to take much. It's a real problem. The masquerade is over.
About the sketch meeting. Yeah,
Yeah,
Saturday the 9th. If you're in Stockholm, where are we going? The Natural History Museum?
Yeah, but I mean, it's
2.
just if there's any interest. Is there anyone who can be in Stockholm next weekend? Who like lives, I guess, near. I wouldn't travel that far for it, but most of us gonna have a sketch meet. My friends from school sort of organised it. This time we'll go to the Natural History Museum and you can draw like stuffed animals and cool shit. It's great. You should definitely come along.
Nailed it.
Yeah.
Bailey's tastes great.
There's an open group for it on Facebook, so just kind of either through me or Sam's or something, just try searching for a Stockholm sketch meet, something like that. But just come along and we can. And if you don't live in Stockholm, then wherever you live, do the same thing. And we'll make it kind of strange, utterly inconsequential revolution. People drawing stuffed animals.
Natanimation asks, why is it that 90 people can watch, 10 people can talk, and everyone is saying hello and stuff like that? Most people are working while they listen.
Ooh.
And there's about 15 people that are always in here, and they're probably asleep right now. They just leave it open.
That's terrible.
We could try to wake them up.
Does that really happen?
Yeah, there's always like 10 people to 15
You sound
people
so,
hanging out in here.
You didn't tell me. I've been talking this whole time.
There's always a few
Yeah, no, I
people.
can wake someone up.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Like, let me go to, let's see.
Why would you do that?
Some people just got to have their warrant.
Let's take a look.
When
Okay,
Dad's
so-
sleeping, they wake up.
Yeah, like there's 5 people in Dave's stream right now, and Dave hasn't been live in like 2 weeks. You know, there's people that just hang out.
But on don't maybe they show if they're watching old ones.
Does that count? Maybe that does count. Yeah, you might be right. That's a good
I've
point.
always wondered about that.
That is a good point.
Sorry to ruin the fantasy.
Sometimes I log in on this. It just opens up because it's in my startup thing, and there's people talking in the chat, and I haven't streamed in like a few days, and I'm like, that's kind of weird. Like I caught people last night.
We'll get that chat on.
They're like, do you think Dan's coming on tonight? And I was like, this is kind of weird.
They're like, get out of here, dude.
It's like I walked into my room.
This is some kind of hangout.
So I was taking out the trash, and there's a bunch of raccoons outside plotting. Oh shit!
Changing dick pics. Does that happen to you out in the Crimson Daggers?
Dick pics?
Yeah.
As far as I know,
Oh,
no.
yeah.
But you could start the trend. You could make it happen.
I just don't know if I believe people would follow me, and I don't want to end up looking silly.
You know, it's like what Gandhi said: be the change that you want to see. So take a photo of your dick. More people will do it when they see you take a stand.
Yeah. I mean, it's about time we got rid of the, oppressive no dick pics policy.
I
I'll
mean,
shoot a picture of my dick right now if you do it, Moss.
until you show someone your dick, you're still hiding from them. You know what I mean? There's still a wall there.
I just don't think we can have a forum that's founded on a fundamental...
Let's tear down the walls.
There's a fundamental dishonesty when someone doesn't know what your junk looks like.
It's true.
Everything you say is suspect.
There was a kid in my hometown who was very fond of telling me and Dave that if we didn't look at his... He would get naked at parties. He'd get really high and he'd take off all of his clothes.
Yeah.
And he'd walk around, and he was very fond of telling us that we were gay if we didn't look at his dick. Because our being uncomfortable with looking at his dick meant that we had repressed feelings.
And only now do you know that he was right.
Only now do I understand that I've been gay this whole time.
He sounds like a smart guy. Ahead of the times.
He was like one of those...
You were scared you'd enjoy it too much.
He was like one of those weed gurus who would just smoke so much weed and act like he knew everything.
Maybe you did.
But yeah. It was really good logic when you think about it.
Yeah.
Hey man, why aren't you looking? What are you afraid of? Afraid you'll like it?
I mean, the logic kind of fell apart when you'd walk outside in the woods, and occasionally he'd be fighting pine trees with a katana he got at a flea market, but, you know, those few moments where you'd catch him in his purest sense kind of ruined his guru state. Maybe I shouldn't care about this guy's opinion, since he's fighting pine trees with a katana. But, you know.
Someone's got to hold him back.
Was he naked at that time as well?
No.
He wouldn't be swinging.
He never wore shirts. I mean, like, he'd wear pants, but he never had a shirt, you know?
Who's that guy?
He'd either be naked or he'd have pants on, but never a shirt.
Small towns make some really weird people.
It's just one of those weird small town dudes who's totally okay with being chubby. Like, he'd just not have a shirt on, but be kind of fat. Long hair. Always drinking PBR.
Amazing.
You know.
I feel like people like that are becoming less and less possible because of the internet.
Basically, the guy from Eastbound and Down was everyone I knew in my hometown.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's pretty exact.
Yeah, basically him was everybody I grew up with.
Lucky.
Lucky. That's a word.
Real life heroes.
That's a word for it.
Oh man, I missed Eastbound and Down. I feel sad ever since I finished it.
There's another season coming out.
Yeah, but I don't know how that makes sense.
Me neither, right? Because the ending was so... Right? The ending was so definitive.
I haven't seen the ending yet.
Oh, it's so funny. You caught the movie reference in the last episode, right, Sam?
I think, yeah.
Yeah, there. Yeah, that was the best.
I might watch that while I eat today.
God, that was so good.
I'm gonna go buy pizza. Fuck yeah.
You getting a pizza?
Oh, yeah.
Are you going to eat your pizza while you read your book on the instability of monogamous relationships?
Yeah, no, I got a book on massage therapy that I like to crack out.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
No, I don't really.
That's where I don't know if you're kidding anymore. That's where I don't know what's real. Uh,
Or like wine tasting or something.
Dan, how did you get your first few art jobs? I started posting on conceptart.org. It took me a long time to not feel intimidated about posting there, but then I just kind of did. And I posted in the looking for work section, and within a week, I had a couple jobs, just little freelance gigs doing character design. And then I was like, oh, that's cool. You know, people hire people of all different kinds of skill levels. You don't have to be the greatest person in the universe to get a job. And then I just did more work and did freelance through college. And yeah, that's how I started getting into it. Just posting my stuff up on all the forums and hoping for the best.
Yeah, like, I mean, basically, if you plan on doing this as a career and getting good enough, like, you'll get work. Like, there's work if you have the skills, so you just gotta worry about, you know, getting your work good enough. It's not like once you reach, once you see people who've reached a certain level of technical ability, they don't really have that much trouble getting jobs, maybe for like the first few months.
Yeah.
But it's not the thing to worry about, really, in the end. It's pretty, I mean, like, let's say there's a publisher you like the look of. You either ask someone you know who works for them, a friend, or you go on the website and just track down a contact email and email them. And if they like your work, they'll just hire you. Like, the hiring process is so simple. I don't think the people I work for even really know anything about me apart from my portfolio. There's no like exchange of personal information. There's like a little bit depending on the publisher and the level of contract they want, but it's sort of crazy how open it is. It's really nice and fair. You just send them your work, and if they like it, they hire you.
Did you submit to Pesa or did they contact you? They contacted me actually out of the blue randomly one day, and I was like, oh, I didn't think I was good enough to work for them.
Have you been doing their work recently? Oh yeah, of course you have. What am I?
Yeah, I just wrapped up a job for them that I wasn't happy with the outcome of, but it was the first time I did something for them that I wasn't happy sending it off. But you know, they asked me to do something that was like way outside my comfort zone, and I was like, oh shit. But whatever. I learned a lot from it, and hopefully I'll get to do more so I get better at it.
Sweet.
They were like, I did like game pieces, and when you do game pieces, you have to do like no detail because they print them so small. And I was like, oh shit. Can I paint characters without lots of detail? And I was like, oh, this is really hard. Like, simplifying that much was really difficult. But
sounds kind of cool.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, it was good, though. It was, like, really hitting a nerve, so...
I'd like to see what you did.
I can't show you because it's NDA, and I will get fired. Ha 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 ha. What are the rates? Is that something you can talk about? I don't know if I'm allowed to.
Yeah, I never know if I should.
Am I allowed to
discuss that stuff?
I don't know.
I don't know. I hear mixed things though. I don't know. Obviously I'm not allowed to. I don't think, but I think it's like frowned upon. I don't know.
It's this big thing. It's a big stigma in humans generally. No one likes to discuss.
Well, okay, no one told me...
To do with, like, the bigger ones.
No one told me not to.
It can, like, imply, like, their earnings and stuff.
No one told me not to do it, so I'm just going to do it. And,
it feels like, to me, the only reason publishers would not want you sharing earnings is because you'll figure out that some of your friends are getting paid more than you doing the same stuff. So it really doesn't feel like it's something to benefit us, it's to benefit... You know,
I honestly have no idea. I'm not going to pretend to know. I don't know.
And as soon as I said I was going to tell you what the rates are, I get a message from another artist that works at Paizo creepily in Skype, and it says, you better not. So, thank you, Internet. I'm not going to do that. Oh, is there something? I guess there might be a clause in the NDA that says you don't discuss the rates.
Well, that's kind of odd. I mean, I've never signed an NDA for them, and every time they send me an email asking if I want to work for them, they put the rates right in that email. So
I don't know. There's another artist talking to me who I'm gonna keep nameless, who works for
no point in risking it. But
Peso. So I guess I will not do that.
most companies have starting rates. I mean, the bigger publishers giving ballpark figures.
Well, let me tell you this: the bigger companies pay like 800 to 1400, and they aren't a bigger company, so it's less than that. So yeah, it's significantly less than that. That's what I'll tell you.
Small ones will just be lower amounts. Of
I'll tell it's more than White Wolf and Privateer Press, and it's less than Magic the Gathering. So try to figure it out.
It's a tricky one. I mean, if you realistically wanna, when it comes to living off of artwork, if you're completely independent, no responsibilities, kids, pets, and shit that's really expensive, and you can live a minimal lifestyle, you can live pretty comfortably, like in a pretty good way, doing a few jobs a month.
You know what?
That kind of industry rates are like a few $1,000s, depending on where you live as well. But I think if you're gonna, like, if you want to start earning more down the line, you've got to find ways of earning money independent from just commissions. You want to find ways of set originals.
You want to be
downloads,
self-sufficient.
prints. You need to make money that doesn't rely on you doing something for someone else. You need to be able to find ways of basically getting cash to do what you like to do.
Yeah, also because it will eventually just make you unhappy working for commission all the time.
Yeah.
So
it's not yours.
I got an email. Yesterday from someone in the group. I'm not going to say the name, but they said, "Hey Dan, I've got a few kids, and I just got into freelance, and I really want to do art, but I got to support my family, and I'm having a really hard time motivating myself. Can you please record your voice giving me a mean wake up, get out of bed message so I can set it to my alarm clock?"
That's better motivation than needing to look after your kids.
And I was drunk when I got the email, so I did it.
Oh.
And now I'm realizing that was really creepy, and I shouldn't have done it.
Yeah,
It feels kind of odd to me to say, not that I can really judge the situation, but to say, I have, like, a wife and kids who are dependent on my money, please help motivate me. It's like, how much stronger can a motivating factor get?
If who that was is listening, I'm not trying to be mean, but in retrospect, I shouldn't have sent you a recording of my voice.
Yeah, you shouldn't have. Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that. And I realize that now. And, yeah.
What a crazy night.
Live and learn. Live and learn. Yeah, I know, right? I just killed his kids. That's what I did. So anyway, it's like a recording of Devin trying not to laugh behind me and me. Oh God, why did I do that?
Because you love it.
No, because I wasn't
You
thinking.
love the spotlight.
A moment of weakness. Sorry, I'm talking to my lover over here. Give me a second.
Types messages in big font on the screen and then makes it look at them.
Prints it out and sticks it to the tank.
Oh God.
The quickest way to interact with a turtle I can imagine.
You keep talking about my turtle. What's up?
I'm just jealous.
Why are you jealous, man?
Legitimately, I'd love a turtle. Or tortoise.
Go get a tortoise. Why do you say tortoise? Why do you say it that way?
What is it? Tortoise?
Tortoise.
Tortoise.
It's not like It's not like turquoise.
Don't say T's, alright?
Yeah, you say D's instead of T's.
It was like you said it like turquoise.
I never.
Just say that how it's spelled. Tortoise.
Oh man.
It's like listening to Americans try to say Taoist. It's just.
Say
Taoist.
what?
Taoist, like the philosophy.
Tao.
Most people just say Tao.
I thought.
It's really confusing.
Wait, is Taoism something? Is Taoism the same as Taoism?
I'm not sure now.
I thought Taoism was something totally different.
Really?
I think they're the same thing because if you search, Taoism, modernly Taoism is the Wikipedia thing.
That's
I thought
weird.
that was just an American thing. Oh god.
I didn't know
I
that.
don't know anything.
So
But it
it's
says
two different.
modernly romanticized.
Let's get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, it's in the same. It's to do with. It's like the Western way of saying the Chinese word, apparently.
We're learning so much today. This stream has been vastly educational.
We've managed to imagine me in a burgundy sweater reading my
Hey, you did that to yourself.
creepy books.
All the women listening to this are getting hot and bothered now.
I don't even have a fireplace or a leopard skin rug.
In their minds, you have that and more. There's no limit to the things you have in their imaginations.
My beard is to the point where you could call it a beard. I mean, it's not. It doesn't even begin to rival the gloriousness of Jules of Devon's, but it's like nearly technically a beard. That's kind of I've been there for mental imagery if you want to. I don't know. It's so hard, Dan. You're going to tell me your secrets.
Huh?
No,
Hey, Squishy Titties says that this is his favorite channel. Can I get the, can I Photoshop a gold medal that says Squishy Titties seal of approval? I really want to put that on my page.
Also, now Slamurai is getting involved.
Do wolves live in the jungle? Yes, they do.
These are amazing names.
Yes, wolves do live in the jungle in India. Yes, they do.
Or would that just ruin it if it didn't?
And even if they didn't, I'm illustrating a book where they do. So it's like, it's not like I made it up. It's the jungle book.
Lying. You're a liar.
You're a liar. Damn you.
This drawing is just one big lie.
That's the wrong ecosystem.
Theory.
I hate being lied to. Send me a voice message apologizing.
You won't get away with it this time. No. No.
You piece of shit.
No. Oh, man.
You're doing so well.
Guys, if you're going to ask me questions about these images, at least make them relevant. Like, why is a Monkey King on an Indian throne wearing British royal jewels? Like, come on. That makes no sense.
Oh, now that ruined. Oh, what did you go for on Mowgli's dagger hilt in the end, by the way?
It's
Mowgli
just...
spoke about that.
There you go, let's zoom in.
It takes a...
Let's zoom in on some details no one's ever going to see.
Oh my god.
Oh!
That's really
Zoom back
well
out.
designed. But
It's a really badly drawn hand with a really good knife.
that's terrifying.
Let's fix that hand.
Awesome.
Let's look at the design on this sword hilt over here. Oh! Let's look at that in the scabbard. Let's get in there. Let's look at some scabbard designs. Let's take a look at my axe head over here.
Wait, question has a question, Dan.
Question is a question? Which question's question?
Is the person whose username Deadstream RIP, is that like is that a statement about how the Crimson Dagger's dead?
Could be.
Yeah,
I hope it
he's
is.
He's a Neo Dagger.
Deadstream RIP, everyone else.
I wish that's what it was.
He believes in a Crimson Dagger rebirth.
Deadstream.
And he completely slams it further. Why isn't the snake consuming the monkeys? Deadstream RIP.
Why isn't the snake consuming the monkeys?
Because that's not painting.
That didn't happen. That never happened in the Jungle Book.
I think he was joking up to that.
Anyway. But question, I'm not sure I understand this. It sounds like I need to think about it. Dan, have you ever had to write a note that work you produce belonged to employer on one-off project? If yes, then what did you write? How did you do it?
Something about the grammar of that made no sense to me. What are they asking me?
I don't know. Dan, have you ever had to write a note that the work you produced belongs to the employer? I guess it's saying you're being asked to transfer the copyright to the employer or something like that.
I've done work where the work belongs to the employer, if that's what you're asking me. I've done work where I don't own the rights to the work.
It's funny how the only people who ever try and pull that are smaller clients, and the bigger ones are always pretty happy to let you retain the rights.
Yeah, I mean, at some point in everybody, well, not everybody, but in most people's career, at some point, you're going to end up doing work for people where you don't own the copyright. You usually get reprint rights, like if you're ever going to do a book or like a collection of your work or something, or a gallery, you usually get rights to print the work out and use it for that, but the copyright isn't yours.
And I mean, I'd recommend as a general rule. It really depends. Like most of the questions people have about freelance will be solved for you if you're working for a sufficiently big client.
Question. Dan, why did you make the choice to not make the water that reflective beneath the snake? Because it's very muddy water, so it's not super reflective.
Wait, is there water?
I'm
looking at the wrong image. Okay.
It's a shallow, still muddy kind of pool. There you go.
It's because you suck, isn't it? Man? That's the real reason.
It's because I'm terrible.
Squishy.
No, I was looking. I was actually. I had reference for that, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. That in the shallow water, it's not as reflective because it's all muddy. And I was like, that's cool. So I used it. But yeah, that's why I did it. You don't have to believe me. You can tell everyone I'm a liar. You can drag my name through the mud. Let's see. Do you think it would be more beneficial to hire a lawyer than not to in your line of business? If you ever have the money to hire a lawyer as a mid-tier freelancer, you're doing very well. A lawyer is something that you cannot afford until you
What do you need a lawyer for?
That's the thing is like when you're doing see here's the thing, when you're doing contracts and the highest a company is going to pay you is like $1,000, it costs more than that just to have a lawyer try the case. So what's the point of having a lawyer? You know what I mean? It's like the legal fees alone are going to cost more than what a company's going to pay you. Like the only time you need a lawyer is when you're so successful that paying a lawyer doesn't really mean anything. Like that's the thing is like you have to be pretty high up.
You just can't be bothered to spend 5 minutes reading contracts anymore.
You can use the lawyer to make people, pay you, basically. That's the only reason you'd have a lawyer is to maintain rights in a contract or to get payment.
A weird paranoia that everyone is going to fuck you over as a freelance artist.
Well, I mean, let's just get this out of the way. In the beginning, as a freelancer, you're going to get fucked once or twice, probably. I did. Everybody does, but that doesn't mean it's the end of the world, and it doesn't mean you should get a lawyer, because a lawyer's not going to be able to help you. There's going to be some job in the beginning where you get fucked. Almost everybody has that experience, and it's a good experience to have. I mean, it sucks that you're not getting paid, but it does actually help in the end.
I once got fucked emotionally and financially at 15. No, I had this thing where a guy asked me to paint some naked pin-ups of Meryl from Metal Gear Solid.
Oh, that's so common.
Yeah, tons of people have done that.
Meryl, that's a common thing.
Dave did it as well. I found out afterwards. I talked to him.
I think Trevor did it too.
Basically, I did this. It looked, really retarded in hindsight because I just couldn't can paint for shared time anyway. And the dude didn't even pay me. It was like I like sent him the thing, and then he just didn't get it. But you know, you can move on, and it hasn't happened since. I haven't been not paid yet. I've heard of a few cases of friends not getting paid by surprisingly big clients, but it always kind of works out because I don't know, it just seems to.
Dan, have you
You don't
ever?
want to be in financial positions where you're relying on one paycheck to like survive the next month, which is why it's important to try and like diversify the way your art earns you money.
These
So
are.
if you can do some commission, you can sell some originals, you can sell some prints, or maybe you can find a way of,
Yeah,
you know,
Plum. That's There's some weird questions going on. Sorry to keep interrupting, Miles.
Basically, yeah.
Plum was asking, have you ever made a client sign a contract? No, because usually if you tell a client you want them to sign a contract, they'll just hire somebody else. When you're doing company work, you sign their contract, not the other way around, always.
Yeah, that don't work for you.
Yeah. But, you know, if a guy comes to you with a private commission and he's going to give you like $500 to draw something for his book or something like that, the second you give him a contract, he's just going to hire somebody else. People don't like doing that. That's the thing is like, when you're, that's another thing where when you're bigger, it's more common. Like if you were like an established name and you had like a rights contract because like, you know, say you had a name and you were kind of big, getting kind of big in the industry, and you knew that at some point you wanted to sell prints or make a book of your stuff. So you had a contract saying that you had reprint rights for this, and this, and everybody had to sign it. You could get away with that if you were big, but if you're like a nobody, like I'm still like a nobody. I'm in the middle of freelance. I'm like a mid-tier guy. They're just going to laugh if I give them a contract. I'm not big enough to justify something like that. That's a pretty ballsy move.
You'll know when you need to start handing out your own contracts. But I mean, until then, don't take it so seriously as well. Like, you're gonna... Like, I mean, obviously take your work seriously, but you're gonna paint some stuff. It'll probably be pretty casual. Like I remember all my first times emailing employers, I would write it like it was a letter to my, you know, headmaster at a school or something. You take on this weird tone, but then within a few weeks, you're just emailing them like, hey, what's up? Here's what I've figured out over the weekend. It like all becomes very informal usually in this line of work. It's not like the super.
Especially when they ask for weird stuff.
Well, okay, so here's a question from some guy. What is the point of painting from your imagination while painting? Why is it wrong to look at reference while painting? There's nothing wrong with reference, but if you use too much reference, your work becomes the product of whatever you can find on Google. So, like, what I usually do, not everybody does this is my personal approach. I always start from my head. I never get reference first because then your image is totally derivative of whatever photos you found and there's nothing original about it.
That's really important.
Yeah, so...
I don't consider that optional. That's
yeah.
Just, you gotta do it.
I always do the sketch first, and I flesh everything out, and then I go find reference for individual pieces of the sketch that I'm going to have trouble with, and then I paint it up to a certain point, and then I throw all the reference away, and then I finish it based on what I think looks wrong inherently. So right now when I'm painting this Mowgli, I had reference for all the wolves, I had reference for the Indian boy, I had reference for some of the plants, I had reference for the rocks. But I've gotten rid of all of it because now I want to look at it in the end. Now that I've pulled from all those photos, I don't want it to look like a collage of photos I found on Google. I want to look at it and say, okay, now that I've refed all that stuff, how can I then turn it back into an original illustration at the end? How can I put that final layer on top of it that's just me, so it doesn't just look like a big photo composite?
It's like impossible to start with the reference as well and not just that. Like, if you decide you want to do the character portrait and you start by finding like the face of some actor or friend or something you shot, and you're like, right, this is going to be the reference, it like completely overrides any personal creative input you're going to put in. Because all you can think about is this one, like you have your kind of sketch which you've been working on for 5 minutes next to this finished photograph or artwork or whatever you have, and yours doesn't stack up at all at that point. So all you want to do is make yours look more like it. So you end up just kind of with these like really obvious. It becomes so obvious. It's like a photo study with
Okay.
painting. painted on top.
I want to address this in the chat. Someone said that Noah Bradley said once reference is used, it's the end of innovation, and now people are saying like, what a poser, blah 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 blah. What Noah said is completely true. Like, stop being a dick and look at the sentence. Once reference is used, it's the end of innovation. Yeah, exactly. Because you're drawing from a photo instead of your own mind. Don't be a dick and make fun of him for saying that just because it has fancy words in it. That's why you should always start your drawing from the top of your head and then pull reference in after the fact. You always want to innovate first, so it's something original. Pull reference in
just to make sure you're not making.
Like, pull reference in to emphasize what you came up with on your own. Reference is there to serve your original idea, but don't come in here and shit talk Noah for saying something like that, because it's totally true. Everything in that sentence is true.
There's also a big difference between there's like two ways of referencing something. Let's say you got to draw a tiger and you have no idea what the tiger looks like, so you open up like 10 different images of tigers, and you draw your own version which fits into the painting you need to do, and it doesn't have the same lighting, it doesn't have the same exact pose, and it's basically got nothing in common with any of the actual images you have open, but you've referenced them in that you've looked at them to inform your decision making when drawing, and you can do the same thing. That's kind of what the word implies. Like, people who think referencing is just like taking a picture of your face and like you can if you're going to reference the light from a photo, I recommend not referencing the drawing aspect. So if you need to figure out what top-down lighting looks like and you take a picture of your own face, try and apply like that lighting but to the face of the character you want. You don't want to end up with that thing where it's just like you in the middle of a
I did a
illustration of this is different between looking at something and copying it.
I did a portrait of an old black dude recently, and I like shot a picture of myself just for the proportions of like where the eyes meet at a certain angle and stuff, and like used a reference picture of myself, and like
smart.
Still like, but that was only after I had like the first sketch that was totally wrong, but the character was there.
That's the thing is like
I didn't just make it look like me.
That's the thing is like. It's exactly what Noah was saying, and see, this is the weird thing is people were shit talking him when he said that. It's exactly what I just said 20 minutes ago, or not even like 10 minutes ago, when I said I always do as much as I can first without reference, then I pull reference in when I'm at the end of the line. It's the same thing. You want to innovate as much as possible before you pull in reference, because otherwise you're not even being an illustrator at that point. You're just taking things off the internet and repositioning them to make something else. It's like, are you a collage artist or are you illustrating? You know, it's like you want to do as much as possible before you jump in with the ref. I mean, that is the end of it.
If that thought makes you uncomfortable because you only get good results when you reference things heavily,
it's a crutch.
Yeah, just be brave enough to admit that that's a flaw in your workflow, and it's not. You know, it's exposing something that you need to work on, and not meaning like, fuck those guys, I should keep working like that. Like, honestly, if you rely really heavily on reference to make anything decent, you've got to take time to wonder why that is. Because that's probably not how you want to envision drawing as the rest of your life.
I'm not trying to sound principled or weird or anything when I say this, but like, I could make these wolves look realer. I could make the plants look realer. I could make the kid look realer. I could pull from tons of sources and make this look as real as possible, but it would completely kill the fun for me, and I think it would completely break the image, because then it would look like it would be as good as the stuff I could find. You know, I could find really high-res photos of wolves and I could make them look crazy real, but then I probably wouldn't find very good images of the rocks, so then they wouldn't really fit. You know, it's like the lighting on the kid might be different than the wolf, so then it's like you end up with like, well, the reference in this photo of the kid has a light from the left, but all the wolves are lit from the right. But that's all I could find, so, you know, it's what I used. It's like, then you run into these crazy problems where you're at the mercy of the reference because you're using so much reference that you can't break the rules when you have to. You can't change the lighting and stuff. Like, you should only use so much reference, or else you start shooting yourself in the foot and tripping over yourself constantly. It's like, you know, yeah, these images are flawed, but I'd much rather have them be flawed and working towards something better as I improve than have it just be at the mercy of Google image search. Like, it's just crazy. That's what the kids did in my college that I went to. all the professors there were like, the first step in doing an illustration is getting your reference. And that was the biggest mistake like all of them made. Was it was just crazy.
Yeah.
We've got a David.
Interesting to see what people are saying. Not going too much into that kind of bullshit drama, but obviously there used to be a bit of tension between some of this stream and some of the stuff nowadays. But I mean, you sort of there's I think the way people present themselves online and the way they are in real life, it's really ridiculous to make any kind of personal judgment about anyone you know just from on these forums. And that when you see people getting like making weirdly personal judgments about artists online and saying like acting like they're bad people and shit like that, it feels to me like a symptom of not actually having enough real social experiences, because you don't know someone just because you've heard them talking on a few live streams. And I have nothing against Noah or anyone who's just trying to market themselves. Like, we're all doing the same thing. There's nothing wrong with trying to be a smart businessman. I don't know.
Do we have a David in here now?
Hey, what's up?
No, there he is.
Oh,
I didn't want to interrupt.
Sorry.
How long have you been here?
Yeah.
25 minutes. Just been quiet and masturbated.
Yeah, he's been fapping.
Being in the cool hell.
So for anyone tuning in who's not sure, the lower toned British boy is Sam Carr. The higher toned British boy is Miles Johnston. The voice talking right now is Dan Warren, and the same exact sounding voice that is not this one is Dave Raposa.
Hey.
Did everyone get that?
Did everyone get it? God.
What are you guys talking about?
Someone came into the chat and they said, like, I heard Noah Bradley say that the second you use reference, it's the end of innovation. What a poser, and wow, that kid's so wise, lol. And I was like, well, that's a completely true statement. I don't know why you're shitting on him. Then we went off on this big rant about how, like, people are just getting mad for no reason. That's a 100% true statement.
But that's the cool thing about having teams. You gotta have something to hate. Or else you're not a team against another thing.
Yeah. What's the point of living if you're not completely against something else?
Yeah, you gotta hate something, man.
You gotta hate something, man, or you're not even alive.
It's like playing football with another team you gotta face.
Yeah, it was just weird. And whoever said that, I'm gonna go out on a limb here. I can't remember who it was. Don't send me an apology on Facebook, because I don't care. I get
really mad.
I get so many of those where it's like, hey Dan, I was on the stream and I didn't realize what I was saying. It's like 3 paragraphs of apology. It's like, I don't care. It's over. Don't send me an apology.
The wife's trying to take the kids, and everything seems to be falling apart recently.
Dan just has a lot of passion. It doesn't mean that he's actually mad.
No, I'm not mad. I'm just drinking a lot of coffee right now. Guys, I'm drinking a huge cup of coffee. If I start getting
fucking mad right now.
If I start getting huffy and puffy and long-winded and angry, that's just the coffee. It's not me.
Huffy and puffy.
Huffy and puffy.
And just us like hitting his
I
wall.
don't think I've ever heard anyone say that.
If I said something like I'm gonna have a heart attack from being mad, it's just the coffee.
I'm giving you a heart attack.
Just the coffee giving me a heart attack.
Slowly.
I got no sleep last night, and then I drove Devin to the train, and then I drank tons of coffee, and here I am. There you go.
Delicious.
So how's everything been with you, Dave?
I'm good. I'm just kind of working on stuff. I'm actually taking a lot of time off of work to do things with life. Go outside and travel and work on Skull Shark more.
That's cool.
Yep.
Yeah, that's gonna be fun seeing that.
Dave, you got to get the Django soundtrack and listen to it with your coffee. It's really good.
It does sound good.
It's so good with coffee.
It had a really good soundtrack.
That John Legend song has been stuck in my head all day. I've listened to it like 50 times.
Who sang the actual one where they were just like singing Django?
That was the one where it's the song. The song I'm talking about is the one where he talks about calling the police. It's when I don't want to give any spoilers. It's at the part where he like walks out of the fog. It was like the best song. It was so good.
Oh yeah.
Keep listening to it.
All right.
Yeah, that was a really good movie.
Yeah. It was everything like I wanted it to be.
Yeah, it was so satisfying. I like how there was tons of music in the beginning and tons of music at the end, and in the middle they played up that tension by having no soundtrack.
Yeah.
That was really cool.
They'd just do the typical thing where like you'd just randomly have that wall of text on the screen. You know,
Yeah.
like, do really strange transitions and
What was the one in Inglourious Bastards? They had one thing where it was like his name is.
Jew. I think it was Bear Jew when it appeared on the screen or something like that.
It was like Hugo Stiglitz, but it was in like 70s font.
Yeah.
And all these trumpets came in, and it was like, da-na-na-na. That was the best, just out of nowhere.
Don't even know how you like reached that as an idea.
They call him the Bear Jew. Yeah, the movie was great.
I like it. It's great.
It was the best. So anyway, what are you doing, Dave? You just get up, or?
No, I've been up since like 6 a.m. I've been like working on stuff. I don't know. I'm doing the LMS fan art thing for Dan's book.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not doing like a literal translation of all this stuff though. I'm doing my own thing.
I'd like to like message me about it, but I don't really have anything decent in mind. I don't want to just do it, jump on a bandwagon, if you know what I mean. I feel really lame to just submit something shitty. It's like,
Oh, wait a minute, Dave missed some stuff. Hold on, before you continue, Dave. Miles has been reading a book.
no.
Miles has been reading a book about how monogamous relationships are a lie, and we should be polygamists in his spare time. And he's also reading a.
Like they came on and talked about it for hours.
He's also been reading a sensual massage therapy book in his free time.
Yeah, when I'm not wearing my burgundy sweaters.
Yeah. Isn't that great?
I don't know what to take from it.
Isn't it great that he's exploring
Yeah.
things like that?
It is, yeah.
I'm just happy to know.
I just want you to imagine that.
Can I be a part of your relationship?
It's probably wrong.
He's a
I don't know how
polygamist now.
polygamy works.
Yeah, I'm not.
I just wanted to. I didn't want Dave to miss that
Yeah.
as a highlight of this talk.
Yeah. Let's go with that.
I'm getting messages from girls on Skype while you were talking about that, saying that your voice was really sexy, and I was like, I know.
Why do you think I have him on?
That's why he's an attraction. That's why I bring him here.
Yeah, I like that voice.
Oh, you guys.
There's no content with Miles. He's just a good-looking piece of meat.
What's the word? Vapid.
I put him on the front lawn, and people stop. Whoa! Look at that!
Mm.
Look at that!
It's just a nice bit of flesh to have around.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's definitely better than talking about art.
Yeah.
100% better.
It's easy on the eyes.
It's true.
I haven't seen them with my own.
Oh, you got him, man.
Dave, good news.
Telling Dan that you guys.
August 6th. His brother's coming to Boston, Dave.
Pretty much look exactly the same.
I wrote down the date.
Alright.
I'm gonna be at Logan Airport.
He's renewed his citizenship, so he's just kind of going out to the US to travel across it for a bit. But the cheapest place to get a ticket to is Boston.
I get it.
Yeah.
He doesn't want to be here.
He's there because he needs to be.
I'm gonna.
He's not leaving.
I'm sure he'd be. I told him. I don't know. No, I didn't. I just told him you guys were there, but he didn't really like. He doesn't really know. He I probably mentioned you. He was just like, okay.
He's gonna get to know us.
It's true.
Or take him to an abandoned warehouse. Interrogate him.
It's a place to stay. I'm sure he'll appreciate it.
You can't
An
say.
abandoned warehouse floor.
Abandoned warehouse floor. That's basically my apartment.
Yeah, it is.
We were
Yeah,
just
it
trying to
is.
explain how you don't have walls, which I was trying to follow.
Not full walls.
Yeah, not full walls.
Walls that go up to 1 foot below the ceiling and then stop for no reason.
What the fuck did you have a housemate?
You can just hear everything.
Yeah.
For no reason.
You can hear everything, even even if there were walls all the way up to the ceiling, you'd still be able to hear everything. Cause
Yeah,
the
there's no
upstairs is,
sound.
everything.
There's no soundproofing here because they never finished building the building. They ran out of money, so like the soundproofing never got done. The insulation for the wires never got done. There's all kinds of problems. It's great.
Yeah, like the alarm clock would go off upstairs, and I'd wake up because it felt like it was in the room with me.
I'd hear the cat upstairs, and it would wake me up every morning. So I complained to my landlady, and it turns out the people upstairs didn't have a cat. It was 3 rooms over, and the sound was coming through the heat vent.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Destroy me.
I like stuff like that.
Because you don't have to live it.
Yeah, it's a novelty.
In it.
I like war dramas too, because I'm not the one dying. Like, what are you kidding me?
It's a dramatic example.
It is, but
Yeah.
It's not even close.
I have to listen to cats.
You getting woken up by a cat is a war drama.
It's like Black Hawk Down. No. It's the same thing. I fought for my country.
They'll make a film about you. Just you waking up to weird things.
I've heard some crazy stuff here. Bad things happen here.
Oh, was it you who told the story about?
Probably. Which one? Go on.
No, whenever I hear that sentence, the story about it's usually Dan's story.
Yeah, which
There
one?
was something about hearing a neighbor beating up, like some domestic abuse or something.
Yeah, I
Like
heard
some-
the guy upstairs. Yeah, I heard the guy upstairs beating up his girlfriend.
Yeah,
Yeah, that was me.
that's a bit. That's more harrowing than hearing a cat.
It depends on the cat.
Depends on how low you want to drop the conversation.
Yeah. Depends on how much of my coffee you want to negate.
Bring up domestic violence.
Was it you?
Well, I was reluctant to bring it up. You insisted.
Were you telling the crazy story about the guy who was beating his wife? Yeah, that was me. It was pretty zany.
That was a great tale.
Crazy time. So there I was, stoned out of my mind. And the guy upstairs started hitting his wife with a stick. And then he started punching her. It was nuts. No, yeah, that was like the worst.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. Sorry, didn't mean to.
Nothing tops them having sex, though, and me hearing everything.
Nothing could
Everything.
top that.
When I'm like, I know exactly what's going on right now.
Your mind just fills in on the blanks for you.
No, like I like can hear it. I don't need to fill in the blanks. Like I know.
You can hear what position it sounds like.
But I mean, visually, you can just pretend you're sat there in an armchair next to them.
It's true. That's the thing is like if I talk, like they can probably hear me right now. Like there's really no soundproofing here. Like Dave, you know when you stayed here, you can hear conversations upstairs.
Yeah, listen to some.
Yeah.
They must think it's
Just in
crazy
silence.
how long you spend just talking.
I don't know. They probably.
Crazy man living by himself downstairs, always talking to himself.
Yeah. Or maybe they think you're like some kind of phone salesman who spends all day like just calling and selling shit. I don't know.
Can you do that from home?
Probably not.
Freelance call salesman.
It's a good job.
Like
I
well,
wanted
I've
a full salesman business, and I thought, what if I could work from home?
That is a good job. You just sit there and use the phone all day.
It's cool.
I love calling people.
People
Not
just
being at home.
tell you to die in very creative ways full time. Just death threats all day.
In the
Wait,
comfort
that's
of
your
own
job?
house.
No. Like whenever people call salespeople, they just get told to go die.
Where you just
No.
call threats.
That'd be a great business
Maybe the
though.
phone book,
If
just-
we called the threat in for you
Yeah.
to get rid of the liability, that'd be a great
What a-
idea.
What a good business.
That's a really good idea.
Well, that's a pretty good idea.
What are we gonna call it?
Um,
There's gotta be a
that one up on the board.
it's gotta be a
Yeah.
clever it's gotta be a clever name for it.
I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, alleviate some of the pressure.
Alright, gotcha.
Put it to the side.
Yeah. It'll come to us when we're not thinking about it.
Man,
Just noticed. I saw your message. That's like really hard looking for a dick. If that what you think is phallic. That's like such a stretch.
what are you talking about?
What the?
This is the most shapen pair of balls in the universe. If that's the phallus you're looking for.
So who?
But anyway.
Maybe you want to see it.
What is this? What are you talking about?
This is
Someone
people
saying
trying to
that
find
the
dicks in my work.
python looks like a dick, and that
They're saying the cobra looks like a dick, but that's a stretch.
I see it. But I have to want to see it.
Yeah, you have to like choose to see it.
I
It's
have to
not-
look
It's a
for
snake.
that.
It's not there. It's not like naturally there. Someone has to say, if you look at it this way.
You see, the only reason it's not naturally there is because I've seen about 1,000 images of a cobra like that.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
that's what cobras do. That's the shape they
You
get
know,
into.
It's a snake.
Yeah.
You can't.
You're really trying hard if you're finding a phallus in that.
That being said, there's probably 100 other phalluses in these images that you're not seeing.
Yeah, exactly.
So you better get looking.
It's the ones you don't see that are the dangerous ones.
They're the ones that'll get you.
They're the ones that mean something deep down.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's the mistakes.
Oh shit.
I'm just looking at your image, looking for dicks. Stop.
Like there's a few things in the formula of a phallus that have to be there for it to be a phallus, and not many of them are in the snake. Let's go through this. Silhouette of this snake is an equilateral triangle. Already it's not a phallus. Phallus needs to be two circles and a much longer shaft. It's got to be an isosceles triangle. Yeah, well, that's not how people draw them though. Then you got to get the taper just right. If something just fans out and gets wider like a balloon, that's not a phallus. It needs to go up, then down and out, like an upside down kind of heart shape. That's the bulge that makes it a phallus. That's the awkward shape. Trust me, guys, I went to college for this. My professor was king of finding phalluses.
I don't know, man. The more you defend it, the more I'm thinking it's a phallus.
Yeah.
That's the danger of phalluses. You can't defend them.
Once you
Yeah.
start pointing them out as well, someone's gonna bring you down.
I wish I could have shown you some of the examples that he came up with when I was in school. Stuff where no one could see it, even after he explained it. He'd like put tracing paper on it and trace it, and we still wouldn't see it. And we'd be like, what? Does it only exist in your mind?
Sticks everywhere.
Yeah, it was like really bad.
Maybe he was going through something in his life.
He probably was.
Did you do
never
like
really-
a class exercise where you have to look around the room for shapes that are phallic?
Oh yeah, that dick worm in the chat.
Yeah, he
See,
did.
that's a phallus. The thing Fudge Loaf just linked. That's got the taper at the top. That's
I
like
think a lot of it is like the meaty shaft and the positioning of it.
it's
Well,
it's the tapered head. That's the thing.
Oh yeah.
That's
It's-
100% a dick.
Yeah, right. It's that tapered head shape.
Yeah,
it's horrible.
Like even the straps on the belt thing is like the skin.
It's so
like
bad.
crazy.
I don't know who did that image, but man,
Beautiful.
it's just an erect dick.
There's a literal helmet on it.
Yeah, that's what I'm
If
saying.
if I wanted like dick armor forged, I think it would look exactly like that.
Yeah.
Like that's what I would get.
Like, I'm surprised they even accepted that.
That's
It's
not
such a
bad.
dick.
Is it? Could that ever be an accident?
No, it had to be on purpose.
Like at what point in the image do you like start to wrap it up? No, I don't think it. It's like you literally drew a dick. Like no.
When you
offense,
spend so much time, you just don't want to see it.
Maybe he deflected it. Maybe the AD was like, it's a dick. Dude, come on, grow up. Okay. We'll send it off as is.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Guys, I'm not saying go find his name and make it a witch hunt. I'm just saying it looks like a dick. We don't need to call him into
I'm just
this.
saying it's literally the only thing in the illustration.
Yeah, it's just a penis. It's the slight curve of the shaft, and then the helmet is just too insanely a dick.
Amazing.
None of us like that.
I like it. He got away with getting a dick on a magic card. It's pretty cool.
It is impressive.
Good for him, I guess.
Masterful.
Good for all of us.
Yeah.
What a step forward in magic cards.
Now we know it's okay.
Finally, some progress.
He made it okay for all of us.
Yeah.
It's 2013. It's about time we stepped out of the shadows and admitted what we want to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you want to see dicks on your cards, man.
And more
Tired
importantly,
of
what we want to make.
protest.
Tired of drawing girls, man. Show some dicks.
Yeah, me too.
Hide some dicks in your last man standing thing.
Too late for that, man. It's already a bunch.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Too late to hide them.
They're everywhere. I'd have to change everything.
We've been using the dick brush again.
Is that even a question, man? There's a little bit of the dick brush in everything I've done since then. Yeah.
I was being rhetorical, of course you'd use that.
It's Dave's new calling card.
It wouldn't.
Yeah.
You could see bits of shaft around, like...
It's like you, I don't know.
You see them out the corner of your eye, but
Well-
you try and look at
Yeah,
them,
it's like looking into that black hole. You can't look directly into it, or the dying star, or whatever it is.
You just occasionally catch them, and then you try and look back, and they're just gone.
Yeah.
I feel like I should explain to HXJ. He said, H.R. Geiger's work is based on pregnancy and full of dicks and vaginas. So what? Alien and Prometheus are still awesome. See, that's different, though. We're talking about, we do published illustration work, and usually in published work, you're not supposed to put dicks and vaginas because companies don't feel comfortable publishing that. So when you get away with getting one in there, it's a big deal. Some people do it without even realizing it.
You enter a hall of fame.
You thought it would be more intimidating if it was like a phallic symbol.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, penetrating.
Are you kidding me? Like, who actually... I mean, like, alright, this is a blanket offensive statement.
Let's do it.
So let me just say that first. Who actually puts deep thought into the magic cards?
Yeah, seriously. No, I'm gonna get behind.
I mean, like,
I'm gonna get behind Dave
way,
on this.
Like, it's not like fine art.
No,
It's fantasy art. It's it's like stickers. It's not like, I don't know.
the audience you're doing it for isn't a fine art audience. So how could you take it that seriously? You're literally just designing something for a 13-year-old to think is cool.
That being said, some people walk the line and they're good at it. But never once does a giant dick factor into that.
No.
Usually not. Maybe they do.
It's time for change.
It is. What you should do is start every single painting with like a photo of your dick, and then paint over it over time.
There you go.
Like,
Let it live through certain parts.
what was that guy's name?
Somehow make a way of doing
That's a really good idea.
Who was that
somehow
guy?
make a
Started-
phallic composition.
What are you trying to say, Miles?
Levette Petberry or something. I don't know how you say it. I only ever saw it written down. But he was that guy who used to start his speed paintings with a photo, and messed them up a bunch with lasso tools and stuff. It'd be so funny to do a process video for something, and then the first thing that people see when they open it is just a picture of your dick on the screen before you start working it. But it
And it's so
seriously ends
quick
up.
that it just disappears quickly, getting messed up. So it's sped up so much. But the YouTube video clip is just a dig.
You should say I like to put in photos to generate textures in my images, and then it's one of you posing in the bathroom mirror wearing a baseball cap and pulling your jeans down at the front or something, and then you just start using it in your images. It would be so incredibly uncomfortable to watch.
I know, I could do that in a video tutorial. Just pull up a folder and have it show up on the screen. Just tons of images of my dick. I didn't get these offline. These are off my camera. Just pull them up into the thing. Just to spell any sort of...
You gotta get some that make sure that yours as well. So from underneath, with your face in the background, looking down at it. Real perspective shot.
Yeah, every single time I'll crop my face out of the image and just do the dick. But it'll start like that no matter what.
Miles is sending me secret messages.
It's just
Dan, don't show these on the stream.
that might do.
Oh, those are looking good, dude. The second one in particular is looking really good.
I can't even see it.
Wow.
I see it.
She is meant to be 15. That's not just me.
I'm a little bit, okay, I was going to say I couldn't really tell on the age.
Yeah.
Got it.
But it's that thing where I think people will presume.
Yeah, the lighting on the other one is sweet. The second one.
Yeah.
The first one's trash.
Work on first. Boring as shit.
What were you thinking? No, looks good.
It's boring as fuck, dude. Thank God for that other one.
You kill you.
Or just looking at it.
Hunt you down.
Beat the shit out of you.
Make you apologize.
I'm gonna fit some dicks into this.
I'm gonna make you hurt.
There's a pose over on the right that could fit a dick into. Keep
Yeah, that
There you go.
perspective lends itself.
the shadow works too for it.
You know. Took on another job today, Dave.
Yeah, I read your.
I was gonna take more time off, but they asked me to do something sweet.
Sea turtle with a crystal skull on its face.
That's the one.
Crystal alien skull.
Crystal alien sea turtle.
I'll show you mine. Mills.
Whoa.
Yeah.
This is the one I'm working on this month. Well, I'm further than this, but I haven't uploaded anything. And we're live.
Are you uploading the thing you're doing for Dan LaJuicy?
No.
Nice.
Cool. What's this for? Sorry?
It's for Legend of the Cryptoids.
Legend of the Space Crypt.
Space Adventure.
It's Legend of the Crypt, kids. It's all dead kids.
Crypt Adventure.
Nice lighting.
It's about 6.
I haven't seen this since the sketch. You did a lot.
Join
It's just
I got the most boring brief I think I've ever had.
More boring than the last one? The last one you had was insane.
I think it's probably the same one I told.
Oh, okay.
Yes, dude.
Wow, I'm getting that wonderful thing where yours is making mine feel like trash.
Because it is.
That's what it's like, man. That's what it's like being me. You can't drive a Jetta next to a Ferrari, man.
Oh, whoa. Ah. A Jetta.
I know.
I just paint with sunglasses all day. Slick my hair back.
Wait a minute. You know, I've told you the story about the kid who actually did that, right?
No.
The kid I went to art school with who wore sunglasses while he painted on his laptop. And I was like, your values are probably... I used to make fun of him all the time for it. Like, how's the values doing on your piece, man? Just like painting with sunglasses on is the stupidest fucking thing in the world.
I thought you meant you were just like, you're a loser.
No, that too. We said that too. Yeah, that was the dumbest thing ever.
Should have walked up to him and been like, that is a really cool idea.
Leaning back, painting in a leather jacket and sunglasses. It's like, what are you doing?
That's so awesome.
It's such a stupid thing to do.
Awesome.
Hey, if you're listening to this, because I know you're in here sometimes, that was really fucking stupid.
Whoa, that was awesome.
Yeah.
Jesus.
That was the dumbest thing, though.
Ah.
Those situations where the only thing they could be doing is trying to look cool.
Yeah.
There's no other option. There's nothing else.
In Prague, me and Miles, the other people went and looked around this art school there, and
Oh my god, yeah.
it just degraded so quickly. Like, we had this really long talk with the head teacher, and he was saying how, like, prestigious it was. And it's like, okay, let's look around. And it starts out, and it's like, okay, the work's kind of shit, and no one seems to be doing anything. And then every single room we go into just degrades to a point where it's just these, like, barren rooms, just people smoking and drinking, and, like, a party tent in the middle of it. It's just no one's painting anything. It was insane.
Yeah,
They all looked so high, and, like, they were just crackdowns.
There was a one room that only had dudes with dreadlocks and maybe like 10 dogs in there as
That's
well.
the room I want to be in.
Yeah, it's just smoky as hell, and this building was huge.
Is that like a deleted
these
scene
rooms
from
were,
like...
It was like a Mad Max art school. It's so strange.
No, that's too much credit.
It's a deleted scene from Labyrinth when she falls into a pit full of guys with dreadlocks, all smoking pot.
all these rooms are huge, but they don't have any like paint on the walls or anything, so they're just kind of shitty. They look like an abandoned house.
That's great.
I love those kind of rooms.
It was amazing.
I was
And
talking
we had
about
this tour guide, and we were trying to make it laugh. So
man, I wanna see that.
You would have loved it. So
I would have
funny.
loved it.
I mean, it was so weird, some of those rooms, though. That you would walk in and there'd be someone like, yeah, I'm on my 6th year of learning to paint. And then there was this one girl who was just painting really, like, frantic drawings of black chicks with dicks. And her floor was covered in torn up porn magazines, pictures of the same thing that she was using as reference.
Now
And
that's a
like-
thesis.
But I went over and you couldn't make out what they were from a distance because they were so shittily done. And then I got close enough and looked on the floor, and there's this, like, everyone else has stood over and somewhere else in the room, so I'm sort of on my own in this corner, and I look down, and there's this shredded magazine, just this black chick with a huge penis, and I look up, and the artist is just kind of smiling at me, like, yeah, pretty cool, eh, you know? And it was something
Yeah.
weird. No idea how to react to that situation, so I just sort of like nodded. I was like, nice.
You just gotta say, "Fuck it, this is awesome."
But the,
Tonight.
the paintings just like they were fucking horrible. It was so funny. They were so nightmarish.
I would have. I might have bought that. I don't know what it looked like, but I want it just by hearing that.
Oh, I left my print at your house, Dave.
You did.
I didn't take it. God damn it.
That's my LMS thing
ooh,
so far.
shit. It's shit.
It's trash. It's trash.
That's great.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to do something not like what everybody else was doing.
This is the most exciting thing I've ever painted.
I mean, look.
It's just that.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's like crazy.
I don't even know what you can do with this.
Oh, this one. Yeah, right.
I mean, I've tried, but it's just
They keep giving you the winners.
yeah. Yeah, I need to talk to them.
It's good. I like what you're doing with your style, though.
Yeah, cheers.
You're still doing the Tyler. You're trying to do the Tyler thing, right?
Tired,
Are you still ripping on Tyler Jacobson?
no. We're mainly just ripping on Justin Sweet at the
Oh,
moment.
okay, right.
Yeah.
Just that honest.
I still need him to start that stream. He's never gonna do it.
I'm gonna go buy pizza or something.
Wow, just like that.
I didn't give the proper notice today.
You should have said, hey, I might go in 20 minutes.
Yeah.
10
Yeah.
minutes.
I've been seeing how you felt about it close to the time.
Gauge it. See how it sits.
Just get out of here.
Well, I've read it now, haven't I?
Go read your book on polygamy.
It's not like a Mormon book on polygamy.
It is. It's a Mormon book on polygamy.
Mostly a book on anthropology. It talks about like ape flows, which are really interesting too.
Yeah,
Doesn't sound like it.
nerd.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Okay.
Enjoy your fucking pizza. Bye.
I'm just offended at leaving. That's all.
Have a great time eating your pizza.
Hey
Get out.
guys, I might
But
go in
I'm
20
sorry. I'm sorry, Dave. Okay.
Sam, were you going too?
in 20 minutes.
I
wouldn't
should have
just, like,
fucking
I wouldn't
known.
just say I'm leaving. and then-
Now that's etiquette.
Yeah. That'd just be fucking rude.
Jesus.
Man.
Okay.
Still here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
see you later, man. You don't need to wait 20 minutes anymore.
Get out.
I've already written it.
Yeah, get
it's
out.
too late.
Just go.
Like,
See ya.
Choke.
Say choke.
Yeah, I don't know what that was.
Hope he
Does that
chokes
mean
on his.
something?
Hope he chokes on his pizza.
Oh.
You can't just say choke and expect people to pick that up.
It was more of a command.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah, I see that.
Oh God. So anyway, we had some cranberry vodka last night, Dave.
Yeah.
It was a good time.
Cranberry vodka.
Forgot I hadn't eaten all day,
Oh, God.
and I went, "Oh, whoops."
Did you get drunk?
Huh?
Did you get drunk?
I did actually, unintentionally, because I forgot I hadn't eaten all day.
Mm.
Then I went, "Oh,
What part of drinking cranberry vodka is unintentional?
that didn't." No, it was unintentional to get drunk. Because I didn't realize that I hadn't eaten. I was like, oh, wait, there's nothing in me to stop this alcohol from destroying me.
You just got drunk faster than you thought.
Yeah, in like 5 minutes.
That's all that happened.
Yeah. Does anyone know if Dan's going to run another mentorship? It's going to be $600 a person. It's going to be in August. There's only 3 spots available. And then an extra 10 spots in case we fill up. So, I accept PayPal, check, money order.
You accept money orders?
I don't even know what a money order is. I've just heard
Well,
it said.
No order of money.
It's pretty good. I mean,
Ugh.
I used to use money orders back in the eBay days.
No, I'm not going to do another mentorship. At least not for a while. Because I just don't have the time. And I need to make more money right now. That's the honest answer.
Looking up some reference.
I could only do it right now if I was making money off it, but I don't feel like I'm good enough to charge you guys for it, so I'm just not going to do it.
It's honorable.
Yep. That's my stance on it.
Nah, yeah. I always felt like weird about that. Like I remember when the daggers slowed down and I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah.
Like before you jumped on.
Right.
And it was just like I had that same exact thing where like I wanted to do a lot, but I couldn't justify anybody.
Yeah, it's the thing is like
money for anything.
if I'm gonna take the time to do all that stuff, which takes a lot of time, it takes more than you'd think running that kind of stuff consistently. Yeah. I'd need to ask for money because right now, you know, if anyone listened to that talk me and Dave had last week, like when you're in the middle, time literally is money. So I'm gonna take time off. I'd need to ask for money, but I don't think I'm good enough to warrant that. So I'd be more comfortable just not doing it at all. Yeah. But yeah, maybe someday. Yeah, it's not going to happen. So.
It's never going to happen.
That's the thing, though, David. Like, even if people were willing to pay me for it, I don't feel like I'm worth the money right now.
You just wouldn't be comfortable doing anything like that.
I don't feel like I'm good enough to take money from people in turn for what I'd have to offer. Because, like, I'm really uncomfortable with that stuff because I went to, you know, you guys know I went to art school and I got screwed, basically. None of the professors knew what they were doing. They were just there because they couldn't get illustration jobs anywhere else. And kids were paying them tons of money to learn what they thought were necessary skills to get a job. And if I accepted money from you guys to run a mentorship with my current skill level, I'd feel too similar to the professors I had. It would be like a weird hypocritical thing. Like I couldn't do that comfortably. It just feels too much like taking advantage. But yeah.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna go cook some food now.
Well, if it's just me and Dave, Dave's gonna go.
Has it been 20 minutes?
Oh, my bad. Oh.
Man, time flies, man. Son of a bitch.
I have friends that do that. Oh, God.
Yeah, have fun. Bye. If you're gonna go, just go. Don't linger.
Yeah, hope you're hungry, man.
Yeah.
See you later.
Chomp some Hope you're hungry. Stupidest thing to say.
I just hope it was worth it. That's all I'm saying.
Hope you're hungry.
Could have been lying to us.
Probably was.
I don't even know what he said.
That's a good point. He didn't really say anything.
Oh, man.
So, what do you want to talk about, man? What do we got to talk about?
The new Superman movie.
Okay. I, for one, am really excited that it is going to have really cool designs.
Yeah.
Covered in shapes.
I don't know. That's all.
Whole conversation. Done.
Let's wrap it up. I don't have any strong opinions yet.
I wonder what it must be. Okay, you know that guy that got to play the villain?
Yeah.
What must it be like to be him and have everybody think it's going to be Viggo Mortensen and then have it end up being you? That must feel crazy bad. Like,
The dude's pretty scary, though.
He's not Viggo.
No, he's not Viggo.
Like, I let everybody down. Whoops.
Yeah,
Dan.
I don't really care either way.
Who did the image on your desktop? That is Terada, the Japanese artist who did all the old Nintendo Power magazines.
Yeah, he's the best.
Terada Katsuya. Go look him up. He's like my favorite artist ever. He's the reason I started drawing when I was a kid, because I'd see all of his magazine stuff and be like, it's so cool. It's cooler than the games.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know, the longer I work doing this stuff, the more I go back to those guys. Like, go all the way back to
Oh, 100%.
everything.
That stuff that he did in 1993 is still better than all the concept art coming out today.
Well, I mean, like, just the difference of, when you look at an artist now, and especially in, like, the game industry and everything, there's so much the same kind of dude over and over and over. And,
Yeah.
like, there's no room for... Like, I was watching that movie Redline, the anime, and I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, Redline, the anime, like, there's this... It's just this really cool style where they exaggerate everything to, like, accentuate every single motion. There's, like, forced perspective that doesn't even exist.
Right.
You know, they go crazy with it because it's all to portray a certain mood, a certain feeling, like a certain... just whatever's going on in the moment.
Right.
And I love that about all that kind of artwork where they just don't... They don't stick to anything. They don't stick to, like, rules. They just exaggerate things and...
Like...
It's just, like, way cooler.
Yeah, it's awesome. Like, I'm going to just put up 3 random images. Like, for me personally, I don't know, people can disagree with me if they want to, but I think all of these are cooler than any of the art that's been done for any of the new Zelda games. These all feel way cooler to me. These all look like a game I'd want to play way more than the new stuff. It's so, like, original design-wise, and it's so, like, raw. Like, it's not polished to death. It just looks exciting and fun.
You have room. You have room to make your own story.
Yeah, there's gaps in it that you can fill in. It's
like
not...
He hints enough at a culture.
Right.
And the design aesthetic where you can kind of fill in the blanks for what the rest of the world looks like.
Right. It's kind of this weird, like, medieval Europe mixed with Persia kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's so cool. It's just it's so much cooler to me than all the new stuff.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do like a class on how to make your art work like a trailer.
Yeah, like look at this. This is my favorite he ever
That's
did.
what I want to do.
This, like, why doesn't Ganon look like this anymore? This is so awesome. Like, this image is so good. Like, when I saw this as a kid, I was like, I want to play that game. Like, this sold it. But yeah, there's like no rendering. It's just 100% design and understanding what is cool to a kid.
It's a cool L composition too.
Yeah, it's awesome. But yeah. Well, Jacques, it's not that it's weird that everyone wants to achieve ultra realism. It's that the highest paying clients are telling everybody that that's what they have to do to get those jobs. So people are doing it to get those jobs. Nobody was just like, I think I'll decide to do this on a whim. It's the market dictating it. So, like,
yeah, I mean, like, and then the other side of that is that even if you're not going in thinking that way, you're being influenced by what everybody else is doing. And
exactly.
the reason everybody else is doing it is because of what Dan just said.
Yeah. So it's not like some pursuit that somebody just decided they were going to do. It's a market-fueled thing where people are doing it to get a job. Some more people see it being done, so they do it. Makes a big cycle, and then everyone's doing it.
Yeah.
But yeah. But yeah, that's what everybody looks for in portfolios now because it's been so cycled in that it's like people just expect it now without even knowing why.
Yeah, I talked to Devin about that for like a long time when he was here.
Devin wouldn't tell me what you guys talked about. He just said it was dark.
Oh, not that part.
Oh,
That
okay.
was dark. that was like ultra dark.
He was like, it was dark. I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
But no, the what I'm referring to is we were talking about. Well, he was talking to me about like, you know, I was working on the LMS thing.
Right.
And we were talking about how Dan put his book out and it was doing really well. And then I was talking about how, like, my experience so far trying to do my own thing. And then he was saying, like, how he wanted to do something, but he gets, like, way too into the details.
Right.
And I was basically, like, going over kind of the same reason I like that kind of art, like that Tirada art.
Yeah.
Where it's so open to interpretation. And I feel like that's what we're good at. Like, all artists are good at that.
Right.
It's like, even if you can't write a good story, and you can't do dialogue, and you don't know how to do all this other shit, You don't need to do it. You can find a creative solution to it. You can work around it.
Honestly, like, I'm not just saying this. Like, honestly, if I could be any artist in the world, it would probably be Terada. Like, it's so much more. The stuff he does is so much more exciting to me.
Yeah.
Than all this shit that's coming out now. Like, as well rendered as it is, and like as photoreal as it is, like, I don't care about any of that. Terada's stuff is so exciting on like a fundamental
that's
level.
Not what I'm talking about.
I'm
talking about doing your own ideas.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. It's just it feels original.
Yeah, but I mean, like, I feel like when people start to do those kind of things, they get too into thinking about it. It's like, I guarantee you, Terada just like whipped those out and didn't even really consider continuity throughout.
No, not at all. They literally hired him to just interpret the pixels from a game.
Yeah. So, I mean, like, it's just whatever he thought it was. Which, you know, like we've talked about that before. That's the great thing about old video games is you see the small pixel art and the game is just as cool a design as whatever you can come up with in your head because it's so open to interpretation as to what each design actually looks like.
Like, if anyone listened to the freelance talk we did last week, there's a point in that conversation where I was talking to Dave and I said, the job that I wanted when I was a kid doesn't exist anymore, so I don't really feel like I know what I'm doing. That's the job I was talking about when I said that. When I was a kid, I wanted to do what Terada was doing because I thought that's what being a game artist was. I thought you went in and, like, you know, they told you what the game was, you had a basic idea what the feel is, and then you did illustrations based on it. And it was like this really open, cool, artistic endeavor kind of thing. And that's what it was till like 1995. Like, that's literally what it was. But then when games started getting really successful, that totally disappeared.
Yeah, like that whole idea that you can look at something so simple and figure out what it is in your head.
Yeah. Well, like when a whole game...
If it's cooler than what they had in the game or what the original person thought of it, it was like, okay, well, yeah, that's obviously going to sell better than what we had.
There was a time when all the art for a game was done by one artist, and that was the job I wanted when I was a kid, because when I was a kid, that job still existed. It's gone now, unless you make your own game. But, like, that's what I was talking about, if anyone was wondering when they listened to that. It's back in the days when they would hire one guy to do all the art for a game.
Yeah, and what I'm saying is that that job exists.
In special cases.
No, I mean, like, it exists for you.
Yeah.
I'm saying, like,
you have to make it...
same way that the game would be so open to interpretation, all of your ideas are as open to interpretation as you can think of. It's like if you have a solution for that.
Right.
Like, I wanted to talk about that on a live stream because I feel like people don't take advantage of, you know, their ideas. They overthink them. They go way too deep in backstory. They have all these, you know, it's like if you're not a writer.
Yeah, then don't.
And you're not that great at it, but you are good at art, you know, sure, work on that stuff on the side, keep trying to get better, show it to people, see what people think. But for the one thing you want to put out, focus on your strengths. And leave something open to interpretation, like a game where you know, like that's what I was talking about LMS with Devin, where like, sure, it's a kill book of a bounty hunter, that's the name of it. So all it is notes on each character with an illustration of each character. So basically, like, if Dan wrote that whole thing and it wasn't that great of a story, that would be totally different because then you'd be able to have a really strong opinion of it. But because it's just pictures and it's just simple notes and stuff and it just looks whatever pretty, then you're open to figure out what exactly it is.
Right.
And whatever you can think of that's cool is what it is. So it can't really let you down. And that's what I think people should try and do, at least as far as like creatives, where don't get so bogged down in trying to, like, you know, figure out every nook and cranny of a world, because that's what people like to do nowadays. You know, like all the, you know, like they love. We're in like the age of explanation, where everything needs to be explained. Everything needs.
Everything has to make sense.
Yeah, so it's like
it's stupid
to have something open like that is much better because you let the most creative people, the best writers, if they look at that, they know what the story is in their head. But
It's
theirs.
it's the Batman thing. Like it was happening before Batman, but it's like everybody's doing that to all their stuff now, and it kills it.
Yeah.
Or it's like he couldn't, if anyone doesn't know what I'm talking about, everybody Batmans their stuff now. Where like, think about like Batman Begins when that came out, or like The Dark Knight or whatever. He can't just be Batman in those movies. They have to have a scene where Morgan Freeman looks at him and goes, "This is biotech weave armor that we made for the military, but it was too expensive and it can repel knives. You're going to put this on and someone's going to attack you with a knife and it's not going to work because we made it to repel knives." And he does that for everything Batman has. This is a car that can jump over roofs. So when you jump over a roof later, no one in the audience is going to think it's unbelievable because we explained it right here. Like, everybody does that with all their stuff now.
Yeah,
And it's just like
that whole thing of you need to believe that this could happen.
Yeah, it can't just be cool on its own. You have to, like, sell it for some reason. But, like, when people do that, it comes off as, like, nervous. Like, it's not cool enough, so I have to explain it so you'll believe it. Like, it feels nervous.
Like a really, really good writer can do that.
Right.
They can do that Batman approach, and it's not weird.
But then I look at
It's
some...
done in a bad way.
Yeah, then I look back at some artists like Terada or like Mobius, and he just draws something that looks cool just for the sake of looking cool, and it has little hints of a culture, and it doesn't need to make sense, it's just cool. And that's so much more satisfying to me.
Yeah, it's the... Like, I kind of was trying to explain this, where I was basically saying, like, if you watch the trailer for Prometheus, you go, oh man, that's going to be fucking awesome, before the movie comes out.
Yeah.
But when the movie comes out, story's not that great. It's kind of confusing. But you loved the trailer and you couldn't wait for the movie.
Right.
So every time you do a piece of artwork that's a glimpse into a world, it's a trailer for something. But if you flesh that world out and it's not great,
yeah,
you're robbing yourself of a bunch of stuff. Basically, I'm saying that, like, for instance, Sean Murray has the Book of Wizards.
Yeah.
Where all it is glimpses into a world of each wizard.
Yeah, it's a great idea.
So you don't have to stick to any one storyline, but in that way, you've opened up a new sort of, like, portal to a world that didn't exist before.
Right.
And you're letting other people who are, like, really great at coming up with stories build off of it. So in that way, your book is as good as anybody could possibly think it is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's, I think, the best route to go if you're an artist, is if you want to create something for yourself, leave it open. So open that it's just your cool ideas.
Yeah, because you want people to be able to immerse themselves in it. And people can't do that if you close off any possible opening for them to get themselves into it. That's the thing, is like, it's got to be open to some kind of interpretation.
Yeah.
Or it's just boring.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing of it, is like, that's what I mean by, like, a trailer.
It's like,
just show the best parts.
It's like, if anyone knows Keith Thompson's work, he does like really cool pencil digital stuff and lots of really cool vehicles and things. I see like super rendered, super real, super photographic concept art for like tanks and jets and shit for war games that are all futuristic and squarey and angled and stuff, and it's like, it looks real and like whatever. And then I see him bust out this, like, really retro kind of steampunk tank design that looks like a really cool version of something you'd see in, like, a Metal Slug game. And that's so much cooler, because he doesn't explain it.
Yeah.
It's not like, these are treads made out of hexagons for the atmosphere of Eltron 5. And I'm like, what? Like, no.
Yeah, you're basically, like, you're walking a fine line when you start to describe things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's the difference between Dark Souls and Skyrim.
Yep. We've had this conversation a few times.
Yeah, it's like, if you play Dark Souls, it's whatever you want.
Yep.
It's just as good as you want.
It's a fairy tale.
Yeah, it's just an open fairy tale kind of thing. But if you've ever read, like, a good book, if you ever read, like, Game of Thrones, it's not like when you play Skyrim, it's as good a story as that. But they're so focused on the story in those games that you can really be opinionated about it. You could hate it.
It's the difference between reading The Sword and the Stone and A History of the Great Kings of Britain. It's like, one just isn't fun to read. It doesn't, God.
Yeah, it's like, some people will be really into it, and some people really won't. But then there'll be another game that finds that vague sort of middle ground that anybody can like. You know, like look at Mega Man games, like stuff like that, like the old games where they didn't tell you anything. It's like, you know, everybody played them. Like when Ninja Gaiden came out or Mario, everybody played them.
Yeah.
Because it was just a game. But you're so open now to like be opinionated about things that you won't like it. You know, like it's like how could you not like the character design in one of those old games because you don't even know what it is. It's like you can hardly even see it.
Right.
So like, you know, as opposed to now, if you play like Devil May Cry, it's the new Dante that you hate.
Right.
Where you couldn't even possibly do that back in the Pixel days, which is the same kind of thing I'm talking about, but in terms of story for us as artists.
Yeah, it's just weird. It's like the more you start to fill in the gaps and define design, the less people are going to like it because there's less room for freedom in interpretation. That's the thing is like that basically what Dave was just saying, phrased differently. The analogy is that if you did Ninja Gaiden in pixels, he could look like anything you want. It's just a rough analog of, oh, it's a ninja. And in your mind, it looks whatever you think is the coolest because the data is not there. When you move to a next-gen thing and you flesh out every possible detail, you're either going to like that design or you're going to hate it. And there's no middle ground because you're not interpreting anything. It's either something you like or something you hate. So you lose a whole audience of people that could have been in the middle.
Yeah, so, yeah. I mean, that's what that, you know, applies to everybody who's doing their personal projects now, which I think is a lot of people. You know, there's a lot of people right now who want to do that. Yeah. And with Kickstarter going on, you know, I always just feel like there's, you know, like a lot of people tend to like go about it with really big ideas. You know, like they have this. You know, even with me, it's like doing Skull and Shark. It's a big comic book. You know, maybe that's not the best idea to do first. But, you know, I'm still going to do it. But the thing is it would be equally as successful if I just did a book on that world.
Right.
With just finished illustrations. Unless the story's really great and it has a really cool idea to it.
I mean, this all goes back to, like, I'm trying to think of an example that's before Brian Froud. I don't think there is one. I'm trying to think of, like, you know, like, if anyone knows Brian Froud, he did all those books a long time ago of, like, you know, he loved fairy tales and fairies and stuff like that. So he did these, like, nature books that were just full of drawings of fairies and creatures like that. And it was just like a field journal that some guy would have, some scientist, if those things happen to be real. And there's no narrative. There's no story. It's not a drama. It's not a novel. It's just a book full of art with brief descriptions, and you leave it open to the reader. It's just little glimpses into a world that he thought was a really cool world. And, like, that's really what all this stuff we're talking about is. It all comes from that kind of idea.
Yeah, like, it's like that thing about...
it could have been a really bad novel about fairies going to war, and it's the trilogy, and everybody dies, and it's the worst piece of shit you've ever read, but...
Well, remember that story about like King Louis, how he wouldn't say anything?
Yeah.
To his subordinates?
Yep.
Because when you don't say anything, you don't reveal how dumb you are, if you're dumb. You don't let anybody in, so people think you're as smart as they, you know, can figure out in their heads.
Yep.
It's like whatever they think you are because you never reveal yourself.
Yeah, they project themselves into it.
Yeah, so it's like the same idea with those kind of things. Like Froud could be, you know, he could have a personality. It's like you don't know. It's not revealed in a story. It's not revealed in anything. He's just as good as you think he is. Because you can't really have an opinion on him.
Right.
He just has a book about fairies, and it's called Fairies, and there's fairies in it.
Yeah.
And that's it. I think that stuff's really important.
Yeah, I do too.
I don't really hear about it that much.
It's a weird thing. And, like, we understand that there's no one way for everybody and that people are going to disagree. We're just talking about, anytime you hear us talking on here about stuff, it's how we feel about it. We're not saying these are universals. I get a lot of mail from people and a lot of comments on my YouTube channel where it's like, how can you be an authority on blah 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 blah? When we never said we were. We're just having a discussion on things that we think, and there's other channels where people say different things because they feel differently. But you know, if you're here, these are our opinions. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's just what I've come to figure out in my own experience. It's my own experience. You know, you do what you want in yours.
Exactly. We got a lot of hate mail for that freelance talk last week.
That's fine.
I don't know why you guys were so mad about that. So much hate mail.
I don't know. I think people assume you're being like negative for negative's sake.
No, I'm just having an honest discussion. I don't get
Yeah.
it. It's just weird. It's like if everything's great all the time, it's not. That's not how it is.
Yeah, I don't know. I always say everything I'm thinking, which is probably a bad idea.
Yeah, me too. But it's like that's why we're not going to develop tumors
That's true.
and go insane and ruin our families. Got to be honest all the time, or you're just lying. Let's see.
Yeah, exactly. That's why, you know, yeah, Westbrook, he's a great example. He doesn't say anything.
That being
Like,
said,
you can't not like him.
that being said, I've had a few conversations with Wes, and he's a great guy.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's secretly totally an idiot, but
He's
it's
like a geisha. He sits there silently, and I project my desires onto him.
But it's like what you just said, you know, like you get hate mail for this,
Yeah, exactly.
where somebody like him would never get it because
No, 'cause he doesn't-
himself up to anything.
Yeah, exactly. And when I'm as good as Wes, I'm going to stop talking too. But right now, I'm nowhere near as good, so I'm just going to keep talking. Once I feel like I have something to offer, I'm out of here. Gone. You're never going to hear from me again. That's the truth of it, too. That's the thing. That's 100% true. Once I feel like I'm good enough, I'm gone.
Yeah, this is just a means to stay sane.
Yeah. This is the giant hull falling off the rocket ship as it takes off and burning and crashing to the ground and falling into a million pieces. Once that's over, I'm up in space. I'm out of here. It's all graceful after that. Let's see. That's crazy that some people still don't know who Wes is. Animation just found Wes. I thought everybody knew him.
It's really easy to think that, though. To think that, like, everything's...
Yeah,
like,
I just thought
this is
everybody...
such a small community, it's like...
I thought everybody, like, knew Massive Black pretty much.
Yeah, it's really easy to, like, live in the world. Because, like, if I ever say anything to anybody, like, I have to tell them, like, the whole story.
Right.
Nobody knows jack shit about anything about this industry outside of the industry itself. Like, people don't even know this exists.
It's true.
Which, I mean, I get, because I didn't know it existed in, like, high school.
I didn't know it existed till you told me it existed.
Yeah.
When I was in high school, I didn't even know conceptart.org was like a site.
Yeah.
I just thought if you got really good at drawing, you could go to game studios and get a job. That must be weird. I wonder how many kids are out there right now who still think that's how it is. That don't know that there's like a huge community of people.
Probably a lot. I mean, come to think of it, I've talked to people who, like, even work now and don't know. They do, like, other things, stuff.
Right.
Like graphic design kind of things and stuff, but they don't know that there's, like, this community of people doing concept art kind of jobs.
Right.
And whenever I talk about that, they're like, oh, really? I'm like, yeah, I know, like, all these people who do this, like, game stuff. And
Yeah, it's a pretty big community. Only getting bigger.
it is really funny how, like, you can just know, like, if you put in a little effort, like, you can get to know, like, everybody.
Yeah.
Like, pretty much, I mean, like, there's tons of people that just kind of exist behind the scenes, and you never see their work.
Like
and,
nobody knows Michael Colmark.
yeah,
I've never
in
talked
the
to
real
anyone
world.
who knows him. But yeah, you can get to know almost everybody. There's always a few people that like are myths,
Yeah.
but
For the most part, though, like, it's funny how you can see somebody's artwork on, like, a game cover, book cover in a store, and then be like, contact them the next day, and they're just...
yeah,
Yeah,
it's strange. Like I talk to Kekai all the time now, and I see his work everywhere when I go
Yeah,
out.
but before that,
Yeah, it's weird.
So Kekai was like a...
He was on Mount Olympus.
Yeah. It's
I was
like,
looking
I
up at
remember
Mount
those
Olympus.
days of just, like, looking at his art before doing anything and being like, oh.
It's just weird realizing that they're humans
Mm.
that go through the same things you've been through and that you can talk to and relate to.
Right.
It's weird realizing that they have things in common with you because you put them on such a pedestal when you're younger.
Yeah, that was like one of the big motivations I had at like starting out. I remember like
That's why you should all go to a workshop if
Yeah,
you guys haven't been to one. Because
Yeah,
you're
you
like,
should.
oh shit, I can like hang out with these guys, and it's not the most intimidating thing in the world.
But the other thing about that is like, not even that this isn't like a good thing, but just like seeing that, regardless of anything they've done or whatever else, it's like they're still so normal.
Yeah.
Because this isn't, like it might seem big to you, like it might seem like a big sort of like, like high profile, everybody knows you kind of job, but in reality, it's
No.
not true.
This is such a closed society.
Yeah, it's not like people recognize you.
It's not like if you make it in concept art, you're going to go to the mall and people are going to spot you and be like, oh my god!
Yeah, so they're still like the most normal people, even though that seems sort of weird.
Did you design the ice dragon? I need a photo with you. Going to get food at the mall, girls throwing their panties at you because you designed gnomes for WoW. It's not going to happen.
Yeah,
It's not
I
what this
always
is.
thought that was funny, like starting out.
Not even Dan Levisi, guys.
Yeah, not even Dan Levy.
Dan Levisi's a god when he's sitting in front of his computer. If he goes to the mall, he's just a guy. That's the thing, that it's hard to realize that, because I used to deify these people too, but it's like, it's really cool meeting them and just realizing that the intimidation doesn't have to be there.
Plus, like when they have like, yeah, this is what I was gonna say before. Like, it's not a good thing, but like when you see that like they actually have like some of them are going through stuff. Like they'll have like real problems.
Yeah.
And you like talk to them, and you're like, oh man.
You get off the phone with them and you're like, thank God they have a
But
problem.
you're like, it's a real thing. You're like,
Yeah.
you're a real dude who's just doing this, and I don't know. You get in it so much that like you're working all the time, and this is like the world you live in. You talk to these people, and I don't know. It makes it seem like it's such a special thing.
Well, it's like, especially in what we do, sometimes, I mean, I used to do this. I'm sure other people have done it too. If not, I'm going to sound like a serial killer. But when you're working so much and you're living like a closed kind of life in the early year, like I remember when I first started getting into this, you don't really go out at all. I mean, I still really don't. But back when I was in school, it was like, I didn't do anything. I was just working all the time. And like, they become more than people. And it's weird. It's like they become like a goal. Like you look at their work and you're like, when I'm that good.
Yeah.
Well, when I'm that good, it's going to turn around. And it's like they're not people anymore when you do that. They're like some weird standard. They're some strange outlet for frustration. Like, when I become this, like you hang up their work and you're like, I'm not there yet. Like, they're not even people at that point.
That South Park scene.
Yeah.
Good for the internet.
Exactly.
Ooh.
But that's the thing, is like, you got to go meet them. Because then it's so much healthier.
Yeah, that's true.
So much healthier. Because then you can talk to them too. Don't be a creep when you meet people.
Yeah, and try not to like, I don't know, panic.
Yeah, don't panic.
Compose yourself. Walk over. Try and be real normal. What I think is funny about that is that you also tend to forget that a lot of them kind of lead solitary lives too.
Yeah.
So like if you're that kind of person when you walk up to them like fanish,
Yep.
it's like kind of like, I don't know, you get taken aback for a second.
Yeah. Here's the weirdest thing that can happen. This happened to me at the last workshop I went to. This is the weirdest thing that can happen. Is when you really love somebody's work, but you're also on the forums and they know who you are and they like your work. That's the coolest thing that can happen. Which is like, you know, that's why you should post everywhere and be current all the time and share all your stuff and be part of the online community.
Yeah.
Because like when you meet people, there's a really good chance they're going to be familiar with your portfolio or know your handle or know your name. And then, you know, it's way less awkward right from the get-go because you're like, oh, hey, you name that everyone knows. And then, you know, if they can fire back with like, oh, yeah, you as well. Like, that's way easier than just being the unknown guy who doesn't post any of his stuff online because he's scared.
Yeah.
I really only update my CD sketchbook. You should update on other forums.
Yeah, Crimson Daggers isn't like popular.
It's a tiny community, guys. I love all you. I love all you guys, but it's inbred. You got to be out there. You should be on CG Hub and CA and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like it's Crimson Daggers is like a closed thing that if you, I think it's easy to talk to people.
Yeah.
Who are like doing the same thing, and they're all like sort of open to talking, as opposed to like a other kind of community where that's not generally like the primary.
CG Hub
focus.
isn't scary, Toast Crumbs. That's just you projecting your own insecurities onto the site.
Yeah, they're wide open.
CG Hub's a great site. No one's gonna make fun of you on CG Hub.
Yeah, but you should. I mean, just be on all those sites. Nothing bad can come of it.
But anyway. Yeah. So I get to paint a magic sea turtle tonight.
Oh yeah.
That'll be fun. I still have fun with it.
When is Devin coming back?
I think in 3 days. 2 days.
Sorry we didn't do a Super Bowl live stream.
Yeah, sorry guys. Devin Platts was stopping in because he was en route to New York, so we took care of him. Deck, I'm not sure what you're asking. Sorry. Just don't understand some of the grammar sometimes and the questions. I don't really know what people are asking.
I know what you mean. I'm saying you don't really know yourself, so you don't want to put anything out there, basically. Like, you don't want to, before you understand what you want to do, you don't want to show your work.
Oh, like false advertise? Or go down the wrong path kind of thing?
Like, I'm guessing it means, like, style and personal approach, and you don't have all the things figured out yet.
So what's the question? Should I not post if I do that?
Yeah, I think it's just saying, like, I think it's the idea of feeling, like, ready. Like, it's one of those things that I don't understand. You know, like, it's not an achievable thing.
Right.
Really.
There's always going to be somebody better than you, so if you fixate on the idea of being ready, you're never going to do anything.
Yeah.
Because no matter what goal, the goal, see, this is the thing, in art especially, the goal stretches as you get closer to it. You never get there. You think you're going to get there? Like, if you sat down and you were like, I want to draw as good as Wes Burt, and you did nothing but draw and you never posted online until you felt like you were as good, as you're doing that, you're going to find other people that you think are either different or better. And then you're going to want to be them. And then it's going to happen again, and then it's going to happen again and again and again and again. There's never going to be a point where you look at your work and you go, I'm done. I did it.
Yeah, I mean, like, for me, just on a personal level, it's like I've done a lot of the jobs I kind of, like, thought I wanted to do, that I, like, set out to do. And it's not like I did those jobs and then was like, mission accomplished. It's like all I ever felt after doing the things I wanted to do was that I had to do something else. like I needed to have something else now. Because it becomes like a thing. Is like when you're working towards anything, it's not the end that mattered. It's the way there. So every time you get to some place in your career, it has nothing to do with that. Like once you get there, that's kind of like the boring part where you become, you get to experience whatever the job is, or, you start to do something for yourself. You get to experience that and people's feedback.
Yeah, but this is the thing, Adam22 in the chat. You're saying, yeah, but I mean, ideally you want to be at a professional level. The thing is that terms like professional level you should avoid those completely, because there's professionals out there who really aren't that good, but they're getting paid a lot of money, and there's professionals out there who are really good and not getting paid that much money. It's like, the term professional level is so different all across the spectrum with all the jobs that are out there and all the different clients that can hire you and all the skill sets different people are looking for. There's no solid definition of professional. So it's like, you want to be on all the websites as soon as possible. Like when I was terrible, I was getting work that paid way more than I ever thought I was going to get paid back then. But that's only because I was willing to post on the forums and take a chance. It's like terms like professional, just avoid them. Because you don't determine when you're a professional. The clients do, because they're the ones that are going to pay you for the profession. That's like, if you get inside your own head with those kind of labels and standards, it doesn't do you any favors.
Yeah, like somebody just said. So you're saying plan beyond your ideal goal. Think about it. Let me think about it. Think about it like it's an elevator, where each floor you go up to is a different job or position you want, or something that symbolizes a place in your mind where you want to be, and you get off at that floor. But you can't stay there forever because nothing changes.
Right.
You'll be there forever. You have to make an effort every time. So every time you get somewhere, you're always wanting to go up because nothing's going to change. Nothing's ever going to stop. It's like you have to keep trying to work towards something, and you might not know what the next thing is or the next step, but you got to do that. You got to keep moving. Like there are so many times I can think about where like I'd get a job and it wouldn't be like ideal. It's like with Magic Cards. It's like Magic Cards is a really great job. I mean, I did not like working on it, but I worked on it for like a little over 2 years, and I was like, okay, I've done that.
Yeah.
I've worked on that enough, and I'm not really getting anything out of it anymore. So even though it's safe to keep taking that job over and over again, that's not why you even started. You started because you thought it would be something. It was for a little while. But then you got to move past that and go to the next thing, whatever the next thing is. So that's like more what I'm saying about goals, is it's not that you have to plan for the next thing. It's that you got to have it be a natural evolution.
It's like, I mean, as cheesy and movie line as it sounds, it's like you're not running towards a goal. You're running towards the horizon. And you never get to the horizon because it just keeps going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, the point is that you're running towards it, not that you're going to get to some arbitrary goal. As long as you're doing things and you're working hard and you're trying to actively go towards something, it doesn't matter how many detours you end up taking as your goals change. The thing that matters is that you're doing the work and you're actively trying to get there. You're going to end up in a good spot as long as you're doing that. If you focus too much on, like, I got to get to this point, and you never allow yourself to deviate or learn or change or anything, you're going to pigeonhole yourself into a position where nothing good's going to happen. The important thing is that you're doing the work, and you're running towards it. That's the thing that really matters, I think. I think it's less about, like, I've got my whiteboard out, and I put my bullet plan on it, and this is what I'm going to do. It's like, get on the forums and start doing things. Get your name out there. Do it now. Do it today, right now. It doesn't matter if you think you suck. Yeah. You're going to get way better stuff if you just do that now than if you wait till whatever plan you have is fulfilled.
Right. And let it keep changing. Don't stick to something so intensely that you won't accept other options. One of the things I had a problem with, like, starting out was I was adamant on doing one thing for a while. And then I realized, like, you know what, like, as I get closer to that one thing, I'm starting to realize it's not the one thing I wanted. That doesn't make me want to stop because my goal isn't what I thought it was. It means that I have to keep working towards something that maybe I don't even know what it is anymore. But you have to keep pushing towards something.
Yeah.
And that's what makes you, that's what moves you ahead in whatever you're doing. And that's that thing about, going all the way back to what they were talking about in the chat where he was saying he didn't want to post on CG Hub. That's such a small step. But like what I'm saying is it's not anything. It's like you just do it. You just do it. You just keep moving and moving and moving. Don't let things intimidate you. Just put it up there. Put yourself out there. Realize it's not bad. Keep going. Keep going.
Seriously, think about this, guys. What's worse? Not putting anything on the internet at all and having nobody have any idea who the fuck you are, having no stake at all in this industry and being a complete outsider, or posting work that you think is bad on a forum and having people see it and go, oh, he's working hard, he's got a long way to go, but hey, he's trying. Yeah. And then they recognize the name. As you get better, they go, oh, wow, I remember that old stuff he did. He's gotten way better. Like, what's going to do you more favors in the long run? Avoiding that or just embracing it? It's way better to just do it.
Yeah, I mean, it helps. It helps to, like, just keep on evolving and letting people see an evolution. I mean, even if it's just purely from a marketing perspective for what you want to do,
Right.
If you want to be a freelance illustrator, of course that helps. People will start to see you, like what Dan said. It's you're building a reputation for being that guy who works really hard and gets better and better and better. That's what it turns into. And then people follow people like that, and they like to see evolution, and it's exciting to see results. You start rooting for underdogs in the community. I mean, you always do.
Yeah.
And especially when you see them busting their ass. And every single professional, I mean, if you even get like one guy who's done something, who's a professional, and he sees that, he's going to remember when he did that or she did that. And they'll respond to that, they'll have a reaction to that. They might remember you. I mean, it just helps. I mean, I did that for myself, and I can tell you that I had nothing but good things happen because of it. Like some people can come right out of the gate and just be really good, but then what you have to do at that point is start getting around, and you have to start showing everybody your stuff, and you have to start making connections. It's so much easier if you're doing all that alongside the hard work.
It's like everybody, the default name that pops up, I don't know if it showed up in the chat yet because I haven't been looking, but the name that always pops up whenever this part of the discussion comes up is Brad. Everybody talks about Brad Rigney, Crypt Crawler. Like, he was nowhere, and he came out of left field, and he was just great all of a sudden. It's like, yeah, his work was awesome, and he's a great guy. And he did come out of nowhere because he spent all of his time getting better secretly. But the side of the story you don't hear, I don't want to speak for Brad because he's a great guy and I would never want to do that, but he had to network after he did that. He didn't have any connections. He didn't know what the rates were. Like, he came out and he was great, but then he had to, like, climb the ladder. Like, granted, it didn't take him that long to get up it, but he still had to make connections, talk to people, find jobs that would hire him. He had no online presence, and that's like 90% of being a freelancer when you're doing art. Like, literally 90%.
Yeah, and the other side of that is that what Dan was saying, he came into it. I mean, like, I'm not saying this in a negative way. It's just the truth. I talked to Brad. I know his whole story. I'm friends with him. This is not negative. I'm saying that he is uninformed about what to do when moving into freelance. He didn't have that span of time of being on the internet and working and having to discuss rates and having to, like, understand, like, all the networking. Like, he didn't go to any of the workshops. He didn't do, like, any of that stuff. And while he did get to know people after the fact, it's so much work to do that, and get a sudden... It's like all of a sudden he comes out, right, and he gets a job working on Halo marketing illustrations. And Halo marketing illustrations, Halo's one of the biggest games in the whole world. So imagine if you knew nothing, but you were at Brad's level, but you knew nothing about money or any of that stuff, and you got dropped a Halo job in your lap for marketing illustration, and all of a sudden you have to quote it. And who do you know in the industry? Oh man, I don't know anybody.
Yeah,
really.
who do you contact? What do you do?
Like, who are your friends? Who are the people that have been doing it with you alongside? And I mean, I know for a fact that he got undercut super hard on that job just because he wasn't experienced doing that. And it's a lot of things like that that are sort of the background, that's what happens in the background of learning and doing freelance, that you get experience over time doing, and it helps a ton when you finally get to a place where you have to do that kind of work. Like for me, I can't imagine that. Like even for me now, if I get like a really big job, I'll still like reach out to people that I know and be like, what do you think about this? And I'll like, start saying rates. Does that sound right? Like, or if I know anybody because I've been networking for so long, I will go out of my way and I'll be like, hey, wait a second. I remember that guy from the forum. I remember that guy. I think he did the same job. And I'll reach out to him and we will have known each other. So I have a base of, I have a reason to contact this person, as opposed to coming out of left field all of a sudden. And sure, you make that big wow impact. You're there, you're this big dude. All of a sudden, people are like, where did he come from? But then all that other stuff is so stressful, and you don't have it under your belt. It's like you have to have this whole another learning experience that you would have had otherwise if you had just been online doing it.
A couple things in the chat I want to address before they get away. People do talk about rates. They usually don't talk about them on live streams with 110 people watching.
We're under contract. And
you're under NDA and you really can't. There's some rates that everybody knows, so I feel okay talking about them sometimes. But like, if anyone ever sent me an email privately and they were like, hey, I'm going to do work for this company, what kind of rates do they usually offer? I would answer the question. That's the that's the thing. Like in a private conversation with another artist, discussing your business rates is totally fine.
Right.
Going live to 110 people and telling them all what you get paid by these companies and stuff is a breach of NDA, a huge breach of it. And like, I'm not going to do it. Most artists don't. That's why. It's not that we don't want to talk about it. It's that we can't. But like, if you want information on a company you'd like to work for, you can go on any of the forums and talk to people and get those rates in less than a day. I guarantee it. It's not that people don't want to talk about it. It's that they don't want to talk about it on a public forum.
But that's the point of it. You need to have an active presence.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was going to go to next. Is like, if you have to have friends who know these things. But like, okay, so then the other thing, Answer Time saying, let's see, is it really that black and white? Like you either show up everywhere with your first drawing ever right away, or you're Brad. I mean, everyone's different. I'm not saying you guys are wrong. I'm just disagreeing. Just saying, I think some people may want to take a bit of time to see if they even really want to do this before jumping into it. But that's the thing. How do you know if you really want to do it until you jump into it?
Yeah.
If you're just drawing for fun and you don't think you're good, you don't know if you want to do it. You don't know if you want to do this until you've done a few jobs. That's the thing, is like, you have no idea what freelance is like until you've done freelance work. Drawing at home and trying to get better is not an accurate representation of what this field is at all.
The other side of that is it's so much harder to do it that way. Like, think about it like this. What's easier? Learning the language in your country for, like if I want to learn Spanish and I live in Boston, Massachusetts, it's like, it'd be so much easier if I just moved somewhere where people speak Spanish.
Right.
I learn Spanish so fast. It's the same thing with freelance. Sure, it's the same thing with illustration too. Like, sure, you can learn it on your own. It's going to take a while. You're probably not going to be as motivated. You're not going to have deadlines. You're going to have to develop some pretty intense self-discipline. But if you really, really want to try it, give it a shot, you need to jump into it.
Yeah, it's like
you'll go so much faster.
You don't know if this is for you until you've done a few jobs. Like, I'm saying a few because your first job might suck. Your first job might not pay you. Your first job might be something you're not comfortable with. Like, do like 3 to 5 jobs. before you make a decision. Like, and the only way to get those jobs is to be posting around and looking for work and actively being part of the community. And like, until you do that, you have no idea if this is for you, and you're not qualified to make an opinion about it because you haven't given it a shot. That's the thing is like, you know, so what are you gonna do? Are you gonna hide in a closet and go, oh, freelance isn't for me because I've been working 3 years to be good enough to freelance? You're not online, so that's bullshit. You know, you go online today, put all your stuff up, look for a job.
And it's never as bad as you think.
No.
You build up so much stuff. You know, it's like you have so many fears in your head about what a thing is, and so many reservations about what you want to do and where you want to be, and the kind of person you want to be, and what kind of artist, you know, all the style you'll have, all this stuff. You think about that. If you overthink it and you keep, you know, focusing on that without just jumping into the fire and letting yourself evolve naturally, it's like you could do that forever and not have the real experience of just doing it.
I've known, see, this is the thing, okay? This is like, I'm not going to name anyone's names because they might be listening to this, but you know who you are if you are. I know people who I went to school with who really wanted to do concept art, and they would never post on the forums ever because they thought they weren't good enough and they were intimidated. And the same line they would always feed me every single time I was like, you should post. They said, I'm just going to wait till I'm better. I'm really not comfortable with where I'm at. I think next year I'll be good enough to post on those forums. And I'd tell them, like, you know, you just do it now. No one cares. No one's going to make fun of you. People are going to help you get better faster. And they wouldn't do it. And here's the thing. Here's the thing you really got to watch out for, because this is 100% true. All those people are where they were 5 years ago today in terms of skill, in terms of portfolio. They haven't done anything because no one's pushing them, because they've completely removed themselves from a community of competition. They don't see the competition. They don't talk to people that are doing the jobs. They have no basis in what this is. They have no idea what it takes because they're not talking to other people that do it. They think that whenever they're ready, they can just flip a switch and jump into it. But they know that that's not true. It's another form of denial. But that's the thing, is that they're putting off the hard work by not being on the community forums. By not looking at it, they can be lazy because it's not staring them in the face saying, you better get off your ass. So in 5 years, they haven't done a thing. They haven't gotten any better in terms of skill because they're not working. And they just keep saying, well, you know, next year I'll be good enough to post on the forums. But until they actually do it, the motivation to get better doesn't show up. And you can make the argument about Brad all you want, but Brad is 1 in 99. Brad is an exceptionally self-motivated person, and most people aren't.
Yeah, and you're talking about a guy, if you listen to his thing, it's like he's coming out of a world where he was at the very end. Like he was bottoming out. He was having a horrible life. He had like a major turnaround point, and that was when he really kicked his own ass. It's like, don't wait till you're under the gun and you feel like it's your last resort, and that's when you suddenly have that powerful motivation. It's like that can happen, yeah, and that can propel you to do great things, but at the same time, it's not a necessity, you know, like you don't, I mean, like there's a reason why those things happen. It's not necessarily a choice to do that all the time.
It's just a weird thing people do, and they don't even realize they're doing it. It's crazy to me. Like I'm not talking like a couple people. I'm talking like 10 to 20 people I went to college with wanted to do concept art. Like a big chunk of people, and that's in one art school in one state in one country. You know what I mean? So multiply that to think about how many people out there are doing that same kind of self-deception. It's like, you know, it's like the people that say, you know, well, you know, I'm gonna start running, and then after I get in better shape, I'll start going to the gym. It's like, you get in better shape faster if you just shut the fuck up and went to the gym and saw the other people working out and felt bad and got motivated. That's gonna turn it around faster than sitting inside all day and being like, well, you know, when I'm comfortable taking my shirt off, I'll go to the pool. It's like, no, it's never gonna happen till you jump into it. It's never gonna happen because you're just deluding yourself. You're putting it off infinitely. Like those people, I'm not kidding. 5 years. They've lost 5 years. They could all be pros by now. If they had started year one, 5 years is enough time to do anything in this industry if you apply yourself. 5 years of wasted time because they're too afraid to put their sketches on a forum. It's so crazy to me how scared people can get at doing that. It's just ridiculous. That first step is so insanely important. But, yeah, anyway. I feel bad for those people. Did I lose my David? I think he's getting coffee. But yeah, hopefully that makes sense to you guys. Mm-hmm. Oh, hey, Chris. Hey, Laura.
Hey.
So yeah, that's the one. Can I save this to YouTube? To be honest, I don't really want to. I mean, I could, but I've got so many files on my computer. I'd rather not save another one.
Put it on the tube, man.
Just save it.
Put it on the tube.
Save it. I should probably I gotta learn how to like cut these videos down. I could probably just do that in iMovie or something.
Yeah.
Just delete the whole first part of it. Dan, if I sent you an email, could you give me some information about rates and things? I literally haven't a clue. I'll make a deal with you. If you think you're good enough to work for the companies I work for, and I mean this honestly, I'm not trying to be mean. If you think you're at a point where you can get professional work, send me an email, and I will give you rates. If you're asking me arbitrarily because you think down the line you might want to do this, don't waste my time.
Yeah,
because then I'll get 70
it.
emails. That's the thing.
That's the thing, though, is that like down the line, it's one of those things where if you're not doing the work right now, that's gonna change. You know, rates change, things get
Right.
better. You know, like I mean, it's all relative, and that's why you need to be a part of the community. It's like if you don't know, start talking to people who are in the group. You know, like it's harder for like. You know, like, so you couldn't really, you know, like, even, like, Dan being on here, like, there's so many people watch these live streams and stuff, and, you know, you just get contacted a lot, and it's harder to do anything like that.
Right.
But, you know, if you really want to, like, become comfortable talking about that stuff, then you should start, you know, trying to contact other artists who are in the group, or just other people you know that you feel are generally doing the things that you want to do, and build relationships. I mean, like, that's part of life. You have to build relationships. It's just how you get information.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I don't know. It needs to be organic.
Well, that's the thing is, like you're saying, well, most people won't reply because they're too busy and they get too many emails. I'm too busy and I get too many emails. But I feel like because I do these live streams, people have an expectation that I'm not going to, you know, ignore them. So I try to respond when I can, but I get at least 10 messages a day between my email and my Facebook. I don't answer all those. I can't. If you're listening to this and I've ignored you, I'm sorry, but I am a full-time freelancer. Like,
Yeah.
I can't. And the thing is that these messages aren't like, hey, Dan, I had a question about rates. What does that company Dream Reactor pay? Like, it's never that. It's 5 paragraphs of their whole life story and why they haven't done enough work yet. And then at the end, could you please tell me what this company pays? I really want to take that first step. And it's like, I appreciate that you've gone through some shit and that you have a life. And I really am honored that you want to send me a message and stuff. And that's really great. But, like, I can't read your short story. I don't have time. If you want to ask me a question, make it a sentence. I will reply to sentences. I'm not going to read essays. That's the thing, is like, I can't do that. I don't have enough time to read novels. I'm not trying to be mean about that. I'm just trying to say, like, I'm busy. I can't read huge things that you send me on Facebook. So those are the things that get ignored.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know it's hard to think in perspective with, like, if I mean, like, I know for me, I've gotten messages with people where if I don't respond, they think it's like they take it personally. And, like, the whole reason is that, they're not thinking that they're thinking they're the only person who's reached out. And, it has to go both ways. It's like, I can't, it's like what Dan said, like, I get a lot of those, like, 5-paragraph messages and stuff. And that's not an exaggeration or a joke. It's just like a real thing. And it's not like an offensive thing, but it's like if you do this full time and you're busy, it's like you can't go through every single one of those. And I mean, like even like Brad was telling me, like he tries to get back to literally everybody, but like it's gotten to the point now where you just can't do it, and he feels bad about it. And I think everybody feels bad about it, where you like that people are look to you for anything at all, and it's definitely like cool thing, and I can, I'm really happy that anybody would think that of me, but it's just too hard. It's way too hard outside of all client work and stuff.
Yeah.
Balancing your life as well. Like, I try to go outside now and do things, and
Right.
I mean, like, it's just way too much, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, you feel like shit. I feel like shit. Like, I can tell you right now, I feel really bad, but I mean, like, honestly, like, if I'm opening up my Facebook right now, I have over 100 messages, 100 plus messages of things I haven't responded to. But if I spent all my time responding to that,
Right.
it's just impossible. It's like I would spend so much time doing it instead of, getting back to doing all the work. It's just too hard. Yeah.
I mean, he's really not kidding.
Yeah, it's
like you
it's
gotta.
too bad. But the internet makes it so it's really easy to contact people. It's like, like all the old artists back in the day. It's not like they got flooded with letters in the mail.
And like, there's people out there, and I'm, again, I'm not trying to make this mean. It's just an honest thing that I need you guys to understand if you're listening to this and you've ever done it. If you write an artist an email, like say for example, let me pick a friend here.
Put it in perspective. This is to contact other artists
Yeah.
if you want to know rates and stuff.
Let me put this in perspective. Okay, so K-Kai is a friend. If I didn't know K-Kai, and I was just a fan, and I messaged him on Facebook, and I was like, K-Kai, I really love your work. I had a question about rates and style. I'm 17 years old, and I'm working really hard, and I really want to do what you do someday, and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And then I ask my question, and he doesn't respond. A week later, don't send him another message that goes, why didn't you respond? Or don't send him another message that goes, dude, I can't believe you're so out of touch with your fans. I didn't think you were a dick. Or like, dude, I can't believe you won't make time to answer one email. People do that all the time. It's crazy. It's like they'll send these huge messages, and if they don't get a reply, they'll send an offended reply email. And they'll be like, oh, I'm so mad at you for not taking the time to respond to my email.
Yeah, and the other side of that is that, like, at least for me, it's like I'll be so busy with stuff that I'll read that and I'll just be like, oh, that makes me so mad. It's like you're not even thinking about like what I'm doing. It's just like I don't, the entitlement of stuff like that.
Yeah, that's the word. It's entitlement. It's one thing to send a long email and I'll see it and I'll go, I wish I had time to read that and respond to it. He's probably a nice guy. That's one thing. Sending a follow-up that tells me I'm a dick because I didn't take time out of my day to respond to your short story. Now I never want to talk to you again. Now I'm going to tell other artists I know to avoid you. You've completely ruined your reputation. Like, don't do that. You look like a dick when you do that.
And it's what Sickbrush just said. It is soul-crushing because it does make you feel like a douchebag for not replying.
Yeah, it does.
Like, I feel that, like, pit in my stomach kind of thing where I feel just, like, guilty about it. But, I mean, like, what can I do? Just delete Facebook, delete my Twitter account. Like literally, that's the place I actually do respond to everybody. If you ever did have a question, ask me on Twitter. Seriously, if you ever have a question, ask me on Twitter, and I can get back to you with like a 1-sentence response because it's Twitter. That's the best place, I think. But it's too hard to go through all that stuff.
But yeah, it's just weird. Like I get a lot of those, and I'm not even
but
like
that being
good.
said, though, in terms of like asking about rates, just say like the way I used to contact people, the only way I ever got responses when I was starting out was I would send an email and I would say something like, "Hey, like, thanks a lot for taking the time to check this email out." And I'd be like, I had a question about, like whatever.
I'll be back, Dave. Keep talking.
It'd be something like really, really simple. It would be like, basic niceness in the beginning, like 1-2 sentences, and then the question. That's what got responses from me. I mean, for me, when I was like reaching out to people, like I remember getting a response from like Justin Sweet and a few other guys when I was like first starting out in an email. But even that was like before everybody had like Facebook accounts, which I mean, it sort of like desensitizes you to those kind of messages, which is too bad. It's easier to do it on like a public forum like this, like right now, you can address every single question because you can read the chat, which is nice. But I mean, aside from that, like actually going through each thing and then having to write a thoughtful response back to everybody, it gets too crazy. Because if you just do something like really, really simple, you kind of come off as like a douchebag anyways.
Dead air.
Yeah, I have. It's not depressing. It's just reality. Like it's. There are ways around it. You just have to really think about it. Like for what each one of these people is doing. It's like for Marko Dirjevic. It's like I can't imagine like. Like even if I send him a message, it'd probably take a while for him to get back to me. Like it would take like if he did it all. So it's like, and I have talked to him before, but I know that he's so crazy busy and he has so much stuff going on that it's unlikely that he's even gonna be able to check it out. Yeah, it is easy to think that you feel like you can't talk to people because of that, but you just have to think about it objectively, like and not in a personal way. Like don't think of it in terms of that's their personality because like I love talking to people. I love doing like this kind of stuff and having like a public forum where everybody can just say stuff and it's fun, but if it's not something simple like this where you can just kind of talk, it's yeah, I mean, like it's too hard. So the people that don't respond, it's not that they're impersonal. When you go to meet them at like a convention or like a workshop, they're definitely open.
Yeah.
I mean, I think that's probably one of the best things I kind of got out of that, where I would walk up to, like what we were talking about earlier, where you walk up to professionals at the workshops and they're just so friendly in general. Like they're used to talking to people at these things, and then you start to realize that like, okay, yeah, this is the business side of it, where these guys, when they're online, it's a regular day-to-day thing. They're probably working, they don't have time. But when they're at a workshop, they're there to be that person. They're there to be like a teacher, and that's when you can be, like open to doing all that stuff.
Right.
So that's the time you don't have to feel weird about not being able to talk to them.
I mean, I have a blanket response I've been sending people on Facebook that ask me stuff lately, and it's not to be mean. It's just to save me time. Where I go, hey, I appreciate the interest. I'd be happy to answer your questions. I stream at least once a week. Catch me live, and I'll answer anything you want. I'm an open book. Unfortunately, I don't have time to do it on Facebook, and I'll just copy paste that as many times as I can. I still can't get to everybody, But it's like, you know, you just got to understand that it's not a personal thing. I feel bad about it. I want to talk to everybody.
No, I mean, the thing of it is like, imagine if you were, you know, like, imagine going up to a guy, like a plumber fixing a sink, and you just sat behind him and did nothing but ask him questions.
Yeah.
It's like he's going to be focused on something. He's not going to always be around. And the thing with, like, freelance is, at least for me, it's like I'm always doing this stuff, so I'm generally, like, never not focused on it. And when I'm not focused on it, I'm, like, doing something totally different. I'm, like, outside or trying to take time off or...
And just in general...
I mean, it's just you're in the middle of work, so it's hard to do it.
Like, always think about something you're going to say to someone on Facebook or whatever before you say it, because like, think about this. This made me feel really bad, but at the same time, it also made me, like, really mad at this kid for saying this. But, you know, he asked me this huge multi-paragraph question, and I said, you know, I'd be happy to help you if you catch me online. Unfortunately, you know, I don't have time to do it on Facebook. I sent him that thing I just talked about. And his response was, you don't even stream as much as you used to anymore, so that's a cop-out. I don't even think you're going to get back to me. I think you're just ignoring me. And I was like, okay, well, that's crazy that you just sent me that, and insanely disrespectful. And it's like, think about it first before you send that response, because it's like, the reason I don't stream as much is because I have so much work I have to do. Because here's the thing, okay, I've been streaming for 5 hours today. I've been painting these while I've been streaming. I could have gotten 3 times as much done if I wasn't talking and reading the chat. I could probably have this piece close to finished if I wasn't doing it. So even though I enjoy streaming and it's keeping me focused and I like answering questions and having a discussion and talking with Dave and reading the chat, I'm taking a hit when I do it. It's something I enjoy doing, but I could get way more done if I wasn't doing it. So of course I'm going to be streaming less if I'm busier, because I don't get anything done when I stream. I get way more done when I can just focus on it. So it's like, responding to me with that kind of insensitivity, with not even thinking about it, it's like, I don't know. Those people surprise me.
It's like, sometimes I understand some of that stuff, at the same time, they're not taking the time to understand.
Yeah, and like what Chris said, I can't even show half the stuff I'm doing because of contracts.
But, yeah, I mean, pretty much the only thing I'm trying to say or trying to get across is how to talk to freelancers or talk to artists or in general is be real quick about it and do whatever you can to find a natural way of getting to know them. If it's a totally like impersonal sort of message that's just like sort of a demand of, you know, like demanding facts, you're less likely to develop something with that person. But if you're, like, following their work, you're, like, commenting on it and all this stuff, like, people you want to get to know.
Right.
You know, like, just be a regular dude. And, you know, that's the thing about it, is I'm more likely to respond to somebody's name I've seen, like, 100 times, that I know, like, I recognize them.
Right.
It's easier for me to pick them out and be like, you know, this person's always kind of been really nice to me, and I should probably respond to this, like, just do something quick. And, like, I don't know if that's how you are, Dan, but...
Well, it's like, for example, if Thomas Mahan sends me a question, I'm going to respond to it because he's all over the forums and I talk to him all the time and he's a familiar name that I see everywhere because he's trying really hard. If someone doesn't do any work and doesn't put anything out, like we were talking about earlier, and they send me a question and it's just a name I've never seen before with a big wall of text, I'm probably going to ignore it. 9 times out of 10, I don't have time for that email. I'm going to answer someone's question that I do know. You know, it's like, that's the thing. But...
yeah. Insane.
So that's the full circle back to you should be on the forums.
Yeah. Yeah. I gotta say something that's had nothing to do with that, but best thing I think I've ever done, just in the past few years, has been maybe like 3 years ago. I started working out a lot, and I know it seems obvious, but if you don't do that stuff, you really should. I mean, if you're anything like me, and if you're like working all the time and doing studies, and you were like sitting a lot. Most of us do. like you should really get into some sort of workout regimen.
Yeah.
It changes everything. Like I mean, like even though things are going good, it's like I was starting to just like get so bummed out and like feeling like totally unhealthy. Like not going outside enough, not doing enough things. But as soon as you start getting into some sort of routine with trying to stay in shape and eating right and making sure you get out and whatever, I mean, it's common sense, but at the same time, sometimes it's not, conducive to what we do. So, like, even though I spend more time doing that stuff, I'm so much faster at my work when I come back to it.
Right.
That it is actually more beneficial to take the time off. I mean, it kind of seems obvious, but sometimes it's not. If you're in it for so long.
Yeah, it's hard to lose focus. I mean, it's easy to lose focus when you're working so hard.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, that's just a general thing I would say to everybody to do. Like, there's nothing makes you feel better and helps you, like, actually have a good grasp on what you're doing. Some other perspective.
Yeah, and this is like a weird thing. Chris just mentioned this, and it's totally true. I I know Sick Brush really well. I talk to him less than I talk to these strangers I keep bringing up. Because I know he gets bothered by everybody, and he knows that I get bothered by everybody, so we never message each other. It's like, it's so weird. Because I'm like,
but that's like a peer thing.
Like, he's probably busy. And then he's like, Dan's probably busy. And then we go like a whole month without speaking, and we're like, oh man, how you been?
Yeah, but
what's going on?
That's true. That's true with everybody, man. Like that's true. Like with K-Kai, it's like I'll talk to K-Kai. Like
yeah,
so few and far between. And the same thing with Trevor. It's like when I talk to Trevor, it's like we catch up on everything, but I hadn't talked to him in so long.
That's what keeps the spice in the relationship.
Yeah, keeping your distance.
Distance makes the heart grow fonder. Never get tired of Chris's body. Small doses.
Chris just said ping pong changed his life, saved his wrist.
Oh, Lara's being a moderator. I don't know what you just cleared, Lara, but thank you. I'm going to trust your judgment on that. Lara and Chris are both moderators in here. So, thank you for doing that. I didn't even see it. I don't know what they said, but good job.
One weird thing about all that stuff is that when you do want to talk to somebody, it's like you got to make all the moves.
Yeah.
Like you can't expect people to I don't know, like everybody I know, just people I know in real life, they'll be like, "Man, you're always busy, so I don't bother messaging you."
Yep.
But the thing is like when I want to hang out, I have to all right, blanket text to everybody I know, like, I'm alive, come see me, let's hang out. I'm a real person. It's like what all my messages say. I'm finally a real person again.
I'm finally a real person again. Such an insane thing to say. I'm a real boy.
It is a weird thing though, because the days don't end when you're freelancing. No. I'm trying to make my days end, but
the days don't end or begin.
Yeah, it's like you just kind of start working and then you work through them.
You just occasionally lay down and then get up. That's it.
Yeah, it just depends. Because now I'm fast enough where it doesn't matter. My day could end. Yeah. And it does now, but yeah, before it was such a terrible balance. I'd just be every once in a while, I'd be like, hey, let's go get drunk.
Let's do this right now.
Yeah, let's just go.
Oh, this is a thing I should mention to anyone who listened to the freelance talk we did last week. I don't hate my job, and I don't want to kill myself. Tons of people listened to that, and they were like, "Oh my god."
Yeah, Dan's on
suicide watch. It's like, no, I was just. For a while, it's frustrating. It's so we had a conversation about it, because when no one talks about a problem, it just becomes a bigger problem. So we were like, you know, Everyone's gone through this. People talk to me about it behind closed doors. Let's just have a conversation. And then everyone was like, "Oh my god! Oh no!
Yeah, it's
He's
that.
so unhappy."
Brad put that really well. I mean, he put it in a because he's. I mean, it's easy to be motivational about it.
Right.
Like after the fact, it's easy to be motivational about it.
Yeah.
But like what Brad said, like it's not about like what you're willing to put in. It's like what you're willing to give up.
Right.
To get to where you want to be. And natural thing about it. It's always hard in the middle. But I mean,
it's like selectively.
It has to be hard.
It's like selectively choosing scenes in a movie, though. It's like, I hate it when people do that when I talk about stuff. It's like, do you watch that new Rambo movie? Don't shut it off when they kidnap all the people and they murder all the villagers.
Yeah.
It gets better if you just watch it.
I know.
Don't focus on that scene and be like, oh my god. Like, that's one part of a broader thing we were talking about. It's like, that's not it. Don't focus on that.
Yeah, like stopping Rocky.
Yeah, it's like, what are you doing? Like, it's like people who like, oh, I hated that movie because of this scene. It's like, well, did you see the ending? Did you listen to the point of the movie that was addressing that exact same thing? It's like, I don't know, it's just weird. It was just really strange to me that there was that much of a backlash.
Well, I mean, it's hard to look at something objectively when you get to know, like, a real person and you listen to them. I mean, like, listening to you on here, it's like you're a real person. But if you were, like, at the end of your career and you went back and talked about that stuff, it would go from being sad to, like, really motivational to people.
Yeah, and then it's like my favorite, this is just funny to me. I had a conversation with this guy after he was sending me hate mail on YouTube, and we actually found like a common ground, and it was pretty funny in the end. But for a while, I was getting all these hate messages, and maybe he's listening to this, I don't know, from a guy who was like, freelance isn't even tough. You don't know what you're talking about. I'm a lawyer. And I was like, whoa, what? How the fuck did you find this? Number one. Number two, you're going to argue with me about being a freelance artist and you're in law school? I was like, this is so weird. But like, we back and forth a bit and we found middle ground, and now I think it's pretty funny. But it was like, most of the backlash I was getting was from people that don't even do art, which I thought was really weird. People were just listening to it with no context at all and being like, oh, this is so bad.
Yeah. I mean, like, like when we were talking about like the crazy stressful parts, I feel like a lot of people go through that, but they don't want to say anything. And like, that's fine. But I'm totally comfortable talking about that stuff, even if it is an uncomfortable thing to talk about. But like, it's like a, just like a not alone kind of thing. Where like I like to think all that stuff was necessary.
Yeah.
That like if I hadn't done that, I wouldn't be able to appreciate what I'm doing now.
Oh, it's totally necessary. And we kept saying that during the talk. We were like, this is one of the biggest parts of being a freelancer is getting through this.
Yeah, it's that whole thing of, stuff isn't worth it unless it's really hard. And the best stuff in the world is. It's, the things you do with your life that are the most meaningful are the things that, like they might take a lot out of you for a while. But once you've broken through that wall, it's like, feel so good about it. Like every time in freelance, every time I broke through some like big stressful thing in my life, it felt like I was like climbing up a mountain. Like it was just like so rewarding. Like I'd go through periods of time where I wouldn't be able to pay my bills and I'd have to borrow money from people, and I'd be like, oh my God, am I going to be able to get through this? Like, is it gonna work out? Did I do the right thing? It's like you have doubts, but you don't give up. And then when you don't give up and you keep telling yourself like it's gonna just get better and better if I keep trying. And then when it does, it's great.
Yep.
It's like a feeling of like triumph where you're like, yeah, fuck you, I did it. It's like you're just so, it's like you want to punch whatever it was in the face and just be like, like I accomplished it and I won.
Right.
Like it's because it takes a while, and because it's like walking forward with like a rubber band around your waist, and you're like pulling it, and then all of a sudden it snaps and you're running. It's just a good feeling. Like you need that stuff.
but everything I say has to be said.
Oh yeah, but
Has to be.
You're in the middle of that. Like I remember,
It's branding.
like for me,
Dan Warren, depressing, sad, sack of shit.
I mean, I didn't talk like you did, but I wasn't in your position either. You know. It's
Yeah,
like
keep in mind, I've been living alone for 11 months, paying double the bills Dave was paying when he was doing this. It's like I should just get a roommate and not have a coronary at age 28.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
It's,
I don't know why I'm doing this. Is okay, flat out leveling with you guys. I'm doing stupid shit right now. I should just get a roommate in a less expensive place and just have a nice life where, like, I could be saving half the money I'm spending right now if I just got a roommate. I could be putting money in the bank and taking time off and having a life and paying half the bills. But I'm being a fucking idiot. It's like, let's just get this on the table so you guys have some context. I'm being real stupid. All right, go ahead, Dave. I just had to.
That's where that comes from. It's
Yeah.
frustration, which I totally, you know, I mean, like Dan has a public forum to be that person right now, which might be a bad reflection of the person he's going to be
I
when
know.
he's done feeling like shit.
I'm gonna delete all these videos and delete my YouTube when I get good. You guys aren't. You guys are gonna wonder if this even happened.
Yeah, I mean, like,
I'm gonna
the
change
thing
my
is,
name.
Like, to me, you're like this disgruntled, like, war veteran. You're just like in the trenches. But like 3 years ago, you weren't that at all.
3 years ago, I was nothing, so it's not even a comparison.
I know.
3 years ago, I was like, well, I guess I'll just graduate art school, and then I'll take it soon, you know. I guess I'll do nothing. I don't have to do things.
Yeah, what, is that Jake?
No, but like, look at that. Okay, when Dagger started up, those 8 months where it was really good, it wasn't a coincidence that I was having a roommate and paying half the bills during those 8 months. The pressure was like nowhere near what it is now. Like, I could have that again if I wanted to live with somebody again. It's a big hurdle to get over.
For me right now, I'm just like, I'm in a weird place. I'm in such a different place. It's like, I feel like when you're working, there comes a time where it's like you're at like a crossroads. Where for me right now, I could continue to do all the client work I do. I could keep on pushing that, and you know, just make the same money I've been making, and everything would be fine. And I'm 100% comfortable. Like I don't have a ton of stress. Like I'm not in the same boat as Dan by any means. And
I chose this boat.
Yeah, Dan wrote out.
I looked at all the boats. I looked at all the boats, and I said, that one's got holes in it. So if I take it, I'm going to learn how to swim faster. And then I rowed out into the ocean, and I was like, oh, but wait, I could have just taken the other boat.
Yeah, I mean, like, to compare my situation to Dan's, it's like, that's not fair at all. Like, no way. Like, I remember being in a similar situation to Dan, but even so, it wasn't like that. But I mean, all I'm saying is that, like, my sort of like predicament is that the reason I'm doing like that Skull and Shark book is because it's like a weird decision where you have to decide what you're gonna be, and it's like if that worked out and I keep on doing that, then that might be something big. But if not, I would just end up doing the same thing. And then I would become one of those artists who just kind of lives. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's out there.
But you know what I mean by that? Like that sort of thing where you just kind of do the same thing forever. And like, oh, you get kind of like bored.
And they say he's up there still.
But, Yeah, I have a different kind of stress, basically.
Day of repose.
A different stress.
No, it's like Dave went and was a hermit. You guys know all that story, but like he also had dogs and a girlfriend at the time, and
Yeah.
he had better paying jobs than I have. So I mean, it was bad, but you know, it's a different kind of bad.
Yeah, it was a different bed.
This would, I mean, what I have right now could get worse. I could go to New Hampshire and do what I'm doing right now, and that would be, I'd kill myself. You know that.
Don't go to a mountain and live by yourself.
That would be the end of it. You know, like when I look at like as alone as I am right now, working all the time from home, I can look out the window and see people because of where I live. I could go somewhere where that's not an option. I could completely disconnect myself from mankind.
You're already disconnected.
Leave me alone, man.
No. It's like you, like social etiquette is gone.
Oh, social etiquette was the first thing to go. You kidding me?
I think that's like the funniest stuff in the world when you forget.
Yeah, forget how. It was the same thing we were talking about in the freelance talk. Is you forget how to be a person.
Like
You're like,
in a funny way, like moving back to Boston and like, and you know, coming from New Hampshire. It's like I forgot you couldn't say everything.
Yeah.
That whole thing was so funny.
You can't
like,
just have a stream of consciousness thing.
Like, I remember saying like everything that was on my mind, just like flat out to people I'd never talked to before. And I'm like so comfortable with all that stuff.
Right.
And it's so awkward for anybody else. Like the fact that you can ping pong from like like the darkest thing to like a joke. And people are like, oh, this person has...
Yeah, it's like if I'm out to eat with someone now, I'll be like, this quesadilla is really good, which is great because this is the highlight of my week. And like they won't get that it's a joke.
Yeah.
They'll be like, oh, shit.
It's like a joke in perspective.
Ooh.
You have to know the backstory in order for it to be funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
You have to have like lived in that apartment alone.
It's an inside joke. As in, I don't go outside. I don't leave the house. It's an inside joke.
It's the worst.
That's the documentary they're going to make about me when I turn up dead. Inside joke.
His life was a joke. Just little text underneath.
Inside joke, his life was a joke. I like how that just adds insult.
I know.
His life was a joke.
So awesome. In the worst way. Terrible.
Oh, God.
No, but all that stuff goes away. It's like, yeah, I mean, I think you've seen, it's one of those things where you've seen so many people go through it that you're just, you know, like what Dan says, like, you know your place in like the sort of spectrum of like working.
Mm-hmm.
Like that I remember going through that. It's not that, I mean, like, you know, I remember Bobby Chew talking about that when he lived in like the ghetto in like Toronto and stuff, and
Right.
would like steal his clothes and all this. And like, you know, he probably felt really bad. Like he probably went through some stuff, but I mean, like, look at him now. You know, like he's, you know, super motivational dude. You know, it's like he probably totally changed, but everybody kind of has their like weird moment where they're trying to do something.
Yeah, I mean, it's a common thing.
Yeah, but to know that you're not going to be in it is cool. I mean, like,
I keep forgetting that when I say things on here, I'm the only one who has all the context.
Yeah,
like,
see, that's the social thing.
Yeah.
Where you like, you've been in your own head too long that you assume everybody else knows what you know.
Right. It's like, this could just be something I'm imagining. Like, you know, like it might as well be. So, like, I don't really think about the context.
Yeah.
It's just weird. Yeah, I need to get out of here.
But, yeah, we need to set up an office.
Yeah, I need to get the fuck out of here.
I wish we could have, like,
I had that conversation with my family this morning.
Open door policy.
I was like, look, I'm probably leaving. I'm sorry. I can't do this anymore.
What, moving to...
I was like, yeah, if Dave moves, I'm leaving. So, I'd move right now. I got no reason to be here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care. Just gotta go and...
I don't care where we set up. I just want to set up.
Yeah. Yeah, that person in the chat.
Totally true. Yeah.
I started dating again. They didn't get a lot of my self-loathing.
People hate that.
Yeah, they do.
They really hate it, which sucks.
I'm pretty good at not doing that.
That's like all I do.
I had to like... I mean, like, this sounds kind of crazy, but I had to, like, say stuff to myself before I went out where I was like, okay, I have to,
Get it all out.
no, I was like, what's a normal guy like? And I started improvising lines.
Just American Psycho in front of the mirror.
Exactly.
I'm
like
simply not there. Pulling it off.
But I'm like, I'll, like, say things about it. I'll be like, that is funny. And then just, like, stare off with a dead stare.
You did that to me last night when you asked me if it was cold out, and I wanted to kill you. You're too good at acting normal now, and it's completely fake, and I hate it.
Yeah, that's what sociopaths are all about, man.
Dave turned around. I can't even explain this without sounding like a psycho. That's what I hate about you doing it. Listen to this sentence. It sounds psychotic, but it's so true. Dave turned around with such a normal face that I wanted to kill him. He made his face so insanely normal and asked me the most normal question that I wanted to, like, throw him through a window. He just turned around with a normal face and went, hey, is it cold out? And I don't know how you did that.
I'm getting good at it. The thing is I started to, like, make people feel too weird, so I had to learn how to, like, be a normal person.
Oh,
which
my
is
God.
a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
But,
and we're back.
I went on a date, dinner thing, and I had to be that way. Like, it's crazy. But the thing is also, I'm coming out of, I thought about this today, which is nuts. I haven't been not in a relationship for 10 years.
Yep.
10 years.
I've been witness the whole time.
Oh, man. I didn't even realize that till, like, this morning when I got up. I was like, wow.
And you're not even a person when you're 16. So,
yeah,
this is the first time you've ever had to be a person.
10 whole years.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty good at it. Pretty normal.
Good at it. I'm pretty good at it. Pretty good at being a normal person.
Yeah.
By default, not what you say.
Well, that's the way it is.
It's the way it is. Just good at being normal, man.
I'm, like, so weird, though. Like, you can't do stand-up to your dog by yourself, like I was talking about in the other live stream.
You can, though. You can.
You can, but if somebody knew that you did that alone, and it was a joke to you, and you thought it was funny, but you didn't even laugh, it's like, that's something else. Can't do that.
It's true. It's true.
So that's what I mean. You gotta at least try to be normal. Otherwise, you can't bring people in.
No, you can't.
It's like it has to be a slow process.
It's totally true. Should I save this video, or should we just keep going over the 5-hour mark?
I don't know. You save it. There's some good stuff in here earlier.
Hold on. I'm going to save it. Guys, we'll be live again in just a minute. Hold on.